Okay, welcome back to some Miles Edgeworth investigations. Di, do you remember what happened last 2 weeks? I know you're going to say last week I was suffering from COVID, which is 100% true. You know what happened last week? This guy? Cowzilla. So the president, we find the president dead. Sheila Lang gives his moment of silence to the man. And Ruby. Oh. Yeah, the child actor. Who happens to be a little MIA at the moment. We'll figure out more about him later. So, tonight, Di, since I can't have my laptop out here because I don't really have a battery in my laptop, so my laptop's got to stay plugged in or otherwise it's going to shut off. So, if Andy's got your answer key, we'll have to rely on him. Oh, looks like we're going to be in the courtroom. Ready for this one? April 6th, 11:23 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Is the defense ready to proceed? You bet! Bring it on, Big G. The prosecution has been ready for some time. The original attorney in this case, Rosie Ringer, was murdered, while the original prosecutor, Eustace Winter, has disappeared. The offender and Francisca have taken over in their places. Very well. Let me begin by apologizing for the delayed start to these proceedings. The crime we are here to adjudicate took place in a prison, an institution for the judiciary. What's more, the fact that the defendant was the warden of said prison carries grave implications. These two factors combined caused pretrial preparations to take more time than usual. And then the unfortunate passing of the attorney in charge, Ms. Rosie Ringer, delayed the trial yet further. But now we are ready to begin at last. Miss Offender, Miss Von Karma, the court thanks you both for stepping in at such short notice. Hey, no sweat. Rosie was your pal, right? And this was her last case. Couldn't exactly say no, could I? You'll have to bear with me, though, gang. Didn't exactly get a ton of time to read the paperwork. Hey, Phoenix. How about you, Fran? Everything cool over your side? It's hardly ideal for the prosecutor in charge of the case to have run off and abandoned it. But justice can't stand around waiting for him to grow a spine. The evidence had just been handed to me, so yes, I'm ready. Thank you both. Very well. Bring the accused, Miss Fifi Lagarde, to the stand. I invite the prosecution to take its opening statement. Alright, the accused was... Let me stop you right there, darling! What is it, Miss Lagarde? Oh, I was just wondering if you could tell me something. That something being, why on earth am I here? Perhaps the opening statement will clarify that for you. But will they, dear? Really? Fine. Carry on if you must. I fully intend to. If you can stay quiet for one moment. The murder in question happened at the prison where Miss Lagarde worked as a warden. The victim, one Bronco Knight, was being held in the detention center. But the prosecution's case will show that Miss Lagarde took him from the holding cells and murdered him. And she did it so with this knife. Huh? Nothing the matter, Miss Von Karma? How can that... No! The evidence! What gives, friend? Everything okay? The murder weapon! It's not here! And neither is Budahimara Canis's chisel! What? Didn't it say it ain't so? Silence! Silence! Miss Von Karma, explain yourself. I wish I could, Your Honor. No weapon, Then what exactly are we all doing here? Really, darling? You shouldn't volunteer to prosecute a case if you can't even keep the evidence safe. I can only work with what the previous prosecutor gave me. Little boy winner strikes again. Hey, G. What is it, Mr. Fender? Guess we know where this is going, huh? Let's kick this one down the road a little further, shall we?
Overruled.
Court hereby denies the defense's request. What? Don't be like that. What's the dealio? She's absolutely right, of course. We simply can't have any more delays. Let's get on and show everybody how wonderfully innocent I am, shall we?
Objection!
Innocent? I'll thank you to take this seriously. Oh, but I am, darling. And you don't have any evidence. You just said so yourself. In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Haven't I heard that somewhere before? And without any, you can't charge me with anything. Isn't that right, Verity, darling? It is. What? What? Without the items in question, the prosecution's case against the defendant cannot proceed. As such, this court hereby declares the accused, Fifi Lagarde, not guilty.
Objection!
Whoa! Hold the phone there! Hasty pants! You can't go dropping a verdict just like that! Forgive me, but why is the defense objecting to his client being acquitted? Don't be cute, kiddo. You know as well as I do that little Miss Warden over there is guilty as all heck. And as for the murder weapon, you were right there when we found it. Mr. Fender, it is incumbent upon this court to see that fair judgment is adored to all. She should not be allowed to preside over this case. For the simple fact is, she knows the witness, She knows the defendant, and she knows the two attorneys. They were all involved in the same case. She should not be allowed to preside over this case. And the fact that she knows the evidence is there, and she knows that the paperwork and stuff proves that the evidence does exist, she cannot sit there and say it doesn't exist. And as the instructment of the court, I cannot allow my experiences or opinions to interfere with my work. You must think of the Judge Gavel, who was present when the murder weapon was found, and the Judge Gavel you see before you in the courtroom today are two entirely different people. But that does not work that way. She legally can't be there. Gee, you're killing me here! I have no choice but to pass judgment based on the evidence available.
Objection!
And we have the evidence, just not here. Give me some time, just a little. I'll find it, I swear to you. The prosecution hereby requests a recess. Yeah, the defense does that too. Come on, Your Honor. Don't do us like this. Very well. The court accepts the request. Really, Verity? You won't help anybody bowing to pressure like that, you know. There will be a 15-minute recess. I suggest that both the prosecution and the defense use that time well. Understood. Phew. Saved by the bell, huh? Very well. We will reconvene in 15 minutes. April 6th, 11:38 a.m. District Court, 3rd floor lobby. But we did totally find the knight, didn't we, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, of course we did. What's the matter, detective? It's a metal detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator. What? How? The metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all. Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence. The chisel? Didn't we just find out that isn't the murder weapon? You might recall that Mr. Kenneth had this chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? That's right. The murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in the pool over there. So did somebody steal it or what? Mr. Edgeworth! Miss Berry, Mr. Singh, you here to watch a trial? Yeah, we heard it was going to be a real fun show. Do you know where we need to go? It's the trial for the case that I was nearly convicted for. It should be starting any minute now. We were late because of the practice, but it's somewhere right around here, right? Simeon? There's kind of a problem. They lost some evidence, the knife and the chisel. So they called a recess and kicked us all out of the courtroom. What? But no, they can't! They're not going to arrest you again, are they? Don't say that! No! Gee, I forgot how easy it was to upset you. Huh? How dare he embarrasses me like that? Speaking of easy to upset, Fran! Francistina! Cinderella! Chill, okay? Just chill! Come on, put the whip away, that's it. That's it. That idiot of a so-called prosecutor? I'll find him and I'll make him eat whip for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Monster, you gotta calm her down. Kid's gone cuckoo. Guess I'd better at least try. Oh, it's you. Good morning, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. Francisco, you shouldn't be here, you know. You're not in the right line of work anymore. You should be at home planning whatever it is you mean to do the rest of your life. What are you going to do, Francisco? You only have 15 minutes. Ugh! Don't you think I know that? And wipe that infertilely reasonable look of your face off your face. You're like a news anchor calmly reading the news or something. And it's only the spreading. It's probably better that I don't rise to that. I never imagined you would be the one prosecuting this case, Francisco. Nor did I. But what a case. The murder of a presidential bodyguard. And by the warden of a prison, no less. The murder weapon was probably entered into evidence and everything. And yet when you went to present the knife to the court, it wasn't there. That imbecile! Not only did he abandon his case, he made me look like a total fool! The next time I see that coward, I'll whip him into shape if it's the last thing I do. You go ahead and do that, but quit taking it out on the people around him. Okay, my sir. So you got the old memory back, huh? Sure did. I'm me again. You had me worried 6 ways till Sunday. Not that other K wasn't a blast, too. Anyways, welcome back, kiddo. Bring it in. No. We need to be thinking about this trial right now, okay? Yeah, I guess things did go pretty pear-shaped in there, huh? We need to dig up the missing evidence lickety-split. And we can't count on them putting the trial on hold much longer. Yeah, it's a stumper, alright. If only some kind soul would offer to go find it for us. That's an expensive look, if I've ever saw one. Can't help but notice you still haven't asked for your prosecutor's badge back, bucko. Finally decided to come walk the path of righteousness with me and your old man, huh? The committee has my badge. That much is true. But I haven't given up just yet. I'm still not ready to walk in my father's footsteps. No? Well, it's not like there's a deadline. You do you for as long as you need. The old family office will be waiting to welcome you with open arms when you're done. Thank you, Fender. Yeah, if only somebody would go sniff out the evidence for us. Fine. We'll do it. Way to go, Maserot. You sure? I'll do what I can. But that might not be much in 15 minutes. Fran and me will buy you as much time as we can, okay? She won't be banging that hammer of hers until you've made it back with the goods, I promise. Thank you. I'll be calling you, Fender. And you, Francisca. How does that sound? What makes you think I'd accept your help? How about some advice instead? That you seriously consider a new career as a news anchor. Come on, Fran. Clock's a ticky-talking here. Time to step up the plate. Alright. Fine. We will stall the trial for as long as we can. You'd better get your ex-prosecutor behind in gear. You know, I quite like having you run errands for me. Maybe that would be your new career instead. I'm glad you're on board. I can help too. I don't want to be arrested again. Ooh, that sounds fun. Can I play? Alright, that would be very helpful of you both. Very well. Where shall we begin? I think we need to go speak to a certain somebody, don't you? Who will we need to speak to in order to find out where the evidence went? I don't have my answer key in front of me, so die. We'll make a wild guess. Who do you think we have to speak to for evidence? Go through them. There you go, that's all of them. Eustace Winner. Well, if Andy's got the guide up, he can tell you if you're correct or not. He said yes? Okay.
Take that!
That's right. The supposed custodian of the evidence in question. Eustace Winner. Oh, the new prosecutor guy? Okay, we're on it. Thank you, Mr. Saint. Alrighty then. Think we'd better huddle and talk tactics, huh, Fran? Just the two of... Whoa! Don't keep me waiting, Miles Edgeworth. I'll try not to. We'll be back as soon as we can. Oh, Franny Poo. Wait up now! Capcom could have animated these doors. But they didn't. So now that it's in widescreen, the illusion is gone. Alright. We need to find Mr. Winner and fast. Whoa! She just like spawned in front of that door there. Judge Gavelle. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. A pleasure, as always. A pleasure? How is it a pleasure? And what was all that about just now? Okay, stop it. But Judge Gavelle knows the horrible woman is the killer. Why the heck would she? Evidence is the only language that the goddess of justice understands. My own personal thoughts and feelings do not come into it. Is that all Judge Verity Gavel is? You may believe my way of thinking to be heartless, but it is my way. To be this hard and unforgiving? There's something I'd like to ask you, if you don't mind. Please, go ahead. What were you doing on the roof of the big building 2 nights ago? The roof? You met the president up there, didn't you? We've seen security footage of the 2 of you. And is there something wrong with that? Only that his body was discovered this morning right next to the very same building. What? I think you understand what I'm getting at. You're considered a suspect. What happened between the 2 of you? Nothing. We simply talked for a few minutes. And when we were done, I left. I took the elevator back downstairs alone. That much we know to be true. As I said, we've seen the footage. And what business did you have with the leader of a foreign power? I'm not at liberty to say. I see. Well, I'm not at liberty to leave until I have answered. We gotta do mind chess. We gotta do mind chess. In which case, there's only one thing for it. She's hiding something, and I have to get it out of her. This is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. So I don't have my guide on here to help me with this. So we're going to try this. Judge Gravel met with the president of Zhang Fall the night before last. Yes, I admit it. We met on the roof of the big building. But it was simply to discuss professional matters. Matters that I am not obliged to discuss with you. I'm certainly going to have to work hard to get her past her professional defenses. If she puts up too impenetrable a facade, I'll probably be better off biding my time. Let's just start by asking what she met the president to talk about. Perhaps you could begin by telling us what you met with President Wang to discuss. As I told you, professional matters. Professional matters which I do not intend to share with you. I'm so glad you understand. I must say, you're a very busy woman. A judge, a committee member, an occasional aide to us in the field even. Thank you. I take my professional duties very seriously. And do the duties include meeting with a foreign foreign dignitaries? Huh? Yes, of course, from time to time. The law is my life. Nothing I do falls outside the scope of my duty. You returned Kay's promised notebook to us just this morning. Surely you can't claim that fell within scope of your duties. I guess that one. I am not yet a perfect servant of the law. That much is true. No, you're a human being, and that was an act of simple human kindness. I took a guess at that one. But it's not going to be that easy throughout the rest of them. You have feelings, Judge Cavell, and you're allowed to have them. About the president's death, too. I can still hardly believe it. If I might ask, how did he die? He was crushed to death by the head of a monster. A monster known as Torosaurus, or Dai's words, Cowzilla. Forgive me. Is that true? He died on the set of the movie? He did. Interesting that you should even know what Torosaurus is. Oh, I imagine I must have heard about it from Eustace. Something about them shooting a movie somewhere near the big building. She isn't fooling anybody. She's clearly very, very upset about something. She mentioned Mr. Winter, who seems to have disappeared, along with some vital evidence. Perhaps if she won't tell us what she discussed with the president, we should try to find out what else she must be hiding. I'm clearly getting under her skin. I need to dig further. Francesca stepped in to take Mr. Winter's place in the trial. But how was she supposed to prosecute the case if he never handed over all the evidence? My interest is solely in ensuring that a trial proceeds fairly once it has begun. And if, once it has, vital evidence cannot be presented, it should surprise no one if the accused goes free. I am a judge, a servant of the law. My personal thoughts and feelings do not come into it. So you have no personal feelings when it comes to Mr. Winter's disappearance? Of course I do. I worry about him terribly too. Wait, two? Does that mean there's somebody else you're worried about as well? Ah! I imagine their identity might explain your strangely agitated state. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a servant of the law, and my feelings are immutable. We are all servants of the law. All of us who stands in the courtroom. But we're not superhuman. You, me, everybody else. We're just people underneath it all. Much as we'd like to bury our feelings and remain impartial, that simply isn't possible. Ah! You were right, of course. I'm in no fit state to offer impartial judgment. Please, Judge Cavell, just tell us the truth. What's going on? What do I do? What do I do? I've never seen her lose her composure like this. I should ask her who this person is she's so worried about. Her professional mask is finally beginning to slip. Perhaps now I can get to the human being underneath. The person you're worried about is Mr. Winter. He has not been seen since he discovered the truth about his father. Of course, I am worried about him, but this could also be a valuable test for him. He chose to disappear, and he can choose to reappear. And the other person you're worried about can't? That's not something I am at liberty to talk about. I don't know what might happen to that poor child if I did. He just gave us a clue. That poor child? Who are you talking about? Nobody! Please, it was nothing. Ignore it. Judging by that look on her face, I definitely shouldn't. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. The person you're so worried about? Is it Torosaurus? I really don't have time for jokes, Mr. Edgeworth. It's not a joke. When I told you how the president was killed, you seemed surprised when I mentioned that he was crushed by Torosaurus. That was simply shock at learning how he died. And where? A half-built film set on an empty lot. It sounds as if something about where he died is particularly troubling to you. No, that's not true at all. It's just film sets are places where dreams are made, and instead, a great man met his end there. I only hope that the utmost care is taken when the news is shared with the cast and crew. Film sets are supposed to be where dreams are made true? How come a lot of movies that I watch doesn't display that very well? A lot of the Disney movies are animated though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that the cast and crew already know. We met two of them at the scene. A crew member and a young actor, Sean Penn. No, why did this have to happen? Something about the Torosaurus connection really seems to be upsetting her. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. Judge Gavel, who are you so worried about? And where are they? My apologies, but I simply cannot tell you that. Time to deploy my clue. So this poor child is missing, and you're desperate to find them? Ah! And since you say child, I suppose we're right in assuming that this person is a minor? I can't answer, and I won't. It has no bearing whatsoever on the murder of the president. Time to deploy my clue. You seem to get very sensitive every time I mention Torosaurus. The poor child you mentioned has something to do with the movie, don't they? Ah! How? How did you? You're usually so cool and collected. Your discomfort told me everything I need to know. Who is this poor child? You have to tell us. Very well. You figured out so much already. Might as well tell you the truth. The person I am so worried about, the person I'm so desperate to find, is Sean Penn. Sean? But why? That is more than I can allow you to know. Judge Gavel, you said you would tell us the truth. And if you don't give it up voluntarily, we'll have to force it from you. I'm afraid you're just going to have to accept that. I need to get her to tell me why she's so desperate to find Sean. Are you a fan of Sean's, perhaps? Am I? Yes I am. I am an ardent admirer of the work of Sean Penn, child actor extraordinaire. I heard that he was filming near the big building, so I made it my business to learn where the set was, and so other important details. I see. I suppose that makes sense. The fan, you'd want to know such things. Imagine you would also have tried to learn when he was supposed to be on set. Yes, of course. He said he would be filming there all day today. You make it sound like you've heard that from Sean himself. I don't think he'd be sharing his schedule with a mere fan, do you? No, I misspoke. Ignore me. Every slip of the tongue she makes seems to be to do with Sean. And now we know she's spoken with him. That's an important clue. Do you know Sean personally? He is famous. I don't think he's that famous. I doubt there are many people who do not know him. I certainly didn't until today. Then you clearly need to be better informed. Perhaps I could teach you a few things. There's almost nothing I can do about him. There's almost nothing I don't know about him. Forgive me. I allow myself to get a little carried away. That seems to happen quite a lot when the subject of Sean comes up. Look, I do not know him personally. I simply know a lot about him. Time to deploy my clue. I can understand you being worried about Sean, but you seem a little too worried. And you implied before that you had spoken to him, which must surely mean that you know him personally. How did I give away so much? So the two of you are acquainted? This is surely an important clue. We're trying to find Sean too. Do you have any idea where he might be? Why would I have any idea about that? The two of us aren't connected in any way at all. Time to deploy my clue. I don't know what exactly the connection is between you and Sean, but I know for certain that it exists. You've as good as told us that it does. Please, Judge Gavel, you have to help us try and find him. Help you? That would never be allowed. By whom? The goddess of justice? By the one person who knows where he is. At last, the puzzle pieces are finally starting to fall into place. I know why you're so reluctant to tell us anything about your relationship with Sean. Admit it. He's been kidnapped, hasn't he? Judge Goodell, I need you to tell me the truth. All of it. Very well. This time, I will tell you everything. Your intuition was correct. Sean has been kidnapped. I knew it. But why does that have anything to do with you? Sean is. He's my son. What? Well, we may not have found out what she and President Wang were talking about, but we found out something just as important. Sean has been abducted. Not exactly the end game I was expecting, but that's checkmate nonetheless. So, Di, are you shocked about that response? Yes? No? A lot of people probably was shocked about that response when it was revealed. By the way she was acting, you had a feeling? Well, there's also a small little detail that you probably will learn later on. I won't spoil it. What? You're Sean's mom? Judge Cavell? No way! Come on, you're too young. It's true. I am Sean's mother. Look. Magazine clipping. An article about Sean. You always carry this with you? Yes, everywhere I go. I guess you could call it a kind of talisman. That certainly speaks to the bond between them. And you're sure he's been kidnapped? Unfortunately, yes. I received a phone call from the kidnapper just before the trial began. Did they make any demands? Only one. That Fifi Lagarde be found not guilty. Well, that certainly explains what we saw in there. And without any, you can't charge me with anything. Isn't that right, Verity, darling? It is. Without the items in question, the prosecution's case against the defendant cannot proceed. As such, this court hereby declares the accused, Fifi Lagarde, not guilty. That's why you came so close to declaring her innocent. I have failed in my duties to the law. I am a judge. If I cannot arbitrate with impartiality, I make a mockery of justice. And yet, I tried to force through a ruling based on nothing but my own self-interest. Judge Gavell? The goddess must be furious with me, but I just couldn't do it. I couldn't sacrifice my son on the altar of justice. I couldn't remain impartial when it mattered most. Of course you couldn't. Are you crazy? Okay. No parent could just give up on their child like that. If that makes the goddess of justice mad, then I'm sorry. She's wrong. If she really thinks that way, then she's the guilty one. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. Declaring the goddess guilty? That's bold. Kay is right. As I told you, though we all serve the law, we are also only human. None of us could, or should, be expected to sacrifice a child for the sake of a verdict. Thank you. Both of you. But the trial must continue. There's no escaping that. Your Honor, there you are. Seems it is time. Judge Gavel. My dad was a prosecutor. He was? Yeah. He used to work in a courtroom, just like you do. And I was thinking about what he would have done if he was in your position right now. The prosecutor were forced to insist that a clearly innocent suspect be found guilty. I know what he would have done. Anything, that's what. He would have done anything to get me back. He would? So what I'm trying to say is, you can trust us. What do you mean? To get him back. To snatch him from the jaws of danger. I'm the second Yatagarasu, and if you agree to trust me, I promise I'll get him back for you. The thief who steals only the truth. And perhaps one or two other things. Well, Judge Gavel, what do you say? Will you trust the great thief to steal back that which matters most to you? Mr. Edgeworth. I'd like to help too, if that's alright with you. Thank you. I know I'm in no position to ask this of you, but please, please, see that he comes home safely. Oh, we will, don't worry. You can count on us. Here, take my cell phone. The kidnapper may call again. You'll get it back, along with your son, I promise. I will do everything I can to draw out the trial, but I don't imagine I can give you more than about 2 hours at best. 2 hours? That gives us until 2 p.m. Please, I'm counting on you. And here I thought the great thief was on Sabacho. Well, hold onto your hat, because he's back in business. Alright, let's do this. My first commission. I can't afford to mess it up. In that case, we'd better start looking right away. Where to begin? Gah! Where the heck did he go? Maybe he just went home? You're right. They won't be doing any filming today after all. Sure. Or maybe he went to the lamb. Perhaps we should see if Sean left any clues behind at the big building. Hey, what are you doing giving orders? This is a great thief operation. I'm in charge now. That's so. Then, what am I? You're my assistant. First assistant to the great thief Yatagarasu. Talk about an honor. I'd be relegated to thief's assistant. Alright, let's go to work. Team Yatagarasu, move out. April 6th, 12:10 p.m. Big building. Plaza. Alright, here we are. Ready? On 3. Just follow my lead, you'll be fine, okay? What exactly are you talking about? Even in the depths of night. Hey, your turn. Keep up, will you? Why are you making me do this? Because the great thief Yatagarasu just arrived at the scene of the crime, dummy. How is anybody supposed to know that if we don't announce her appearance? You may be a thief, but I most certainly am not. Fine, I'll do it on my own. Even in the depths of night, with no bird dare takes flight. Di, do you want to be her assistant? Maybe you can repeat everything she says here. She doesn't say it that much, so you probably haven't memorized it yet. One alone source to shine, the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief Yatagarasu. I'm very much aware of who you are, thank you. Now, shall we get on with this investigation? You are no fun at all. I don't have time for fun. We have less than 2 hours, in fact. We better get started. Alright. Well, we have the photo. Let's show it to a few people. See if it jogs any memories. Big plaza. Or big building. Plaza. Okay. Di, who's this guy? You can call him the Steel Samurai if you can't figure out his real name. But his real name is Will Powers. Mr. Edgeworth. Long time no see. Wait, This is Will Powers. He's an action star I met on an old case. He's also the man behind the mask of the one and only Steel Samurai. Long time no see indeed. Nice to meet you. I'm Kay Faraday, great thief. Mr. Edgeworth has been working as my assistant. Good to meet you, but thief? Mr. Edgeworth has been assisting a thief? Let's not worry about that for now. We'd like to ask you about what happened this morning, if that's alright. Sure. I don't know if I can be much of help to you, but sure. So he'll be one of Sean's work colleagues. I guess we'd better just dive right in. I heard you were investigating this one, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, yes, but I'm not the prosecutor in charge, of course. But if you're Kay's assistant, I guess this is her case? No, that's simply... I can see you're an intelligent man. You're right, of course. I'm in charge of this one. Don't encourage her. Alright, I'll need you to give me straight answers. First of all, this case. Have you noticed anything where... perhaps you could give me your impressions? Is that supposed to sound like me? My impressions, huh? I guess my main concern is, no offense to the victim and all, but... Is it all over for the production? Are we done? I can't help but worry. I think it's probably safe to assume that you are. At least for now. Right. I knew it. What a bummer. We don't have the location for much longer either. Because you were due to finish shooting soon? No, because they're due to start building. That lot won't be empty for long. They were letting us use it while they got ready to start a film. Guess the plan was to shoot the rest on a lot back at Global Studios. I've been so worried about everything. What with people spreading all those rumors too? Rumors? Yeah, this journalist keeps coming around. Hey, y'all have been hiding real monsters on their set of yours. Y'all can't do that. I'm gonna expose y'all. She's always saying stuff like that. I think I know exactly what this journalist might be. Yeah, the photographer, right? I thought maybe you knew her. But you're not, are you? Hiding real monsters, I mean? Are you kidding? If they had real monsters to call on, I'd be out of a job. So, you've all been working hard on this movie? Yeah, it's the first time I've been on a reboot of an old series. This one's been a real change for me and everybody else over at Global Studios. If only they put this kind of energy into making a new Steel Samurai show or something. What role are you playing in this one? Me? I'm Torosaurus himself. No way! So you're the star? Well, not quite. I'm in a costume, see? My face won't ever appear on screen. Really? Still? That's pretty amazing. I wish I could wear a costume like that. Hey, do you think I could try it on sometime? I'd settle for just climbing inside one of those horns. I'd love to say yes, but that's not how it works. You can't really climb inside that part. Oh, I get it, because I'm an outsider, right? That's not the issue at all here, Kay. Can I ask you a couple of questions about Sean? Sean? Oh, sure. Benny told me what happened. He just disappeared, right? Yeah, sounds like him. And does he do that a lot? Yeah, kind of. If we take 5 mid-shot, you look around sometimes and he's just gone. Do you have any idea where he might have headed off to? Sorry, no. I did see him leaving the set, though. Huh? You did? And where was he headed? He got on this site bus. But I was checking some equipment over, and by the time I looked back up, he was gone. Site bus? I wonder if he left any clues behind. Do you mind if we take a look inside the bus, Mr. Powers? Sure! You'll have to excuse the mess, though. Alright, let's see what we can find. What is that? A map of the area around the big building. Let's take a closer look. This is the big building itself, so that's where we are right now. Kind of cool looking, but I still can't quite bring myself to like it. I'm not surprised. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you never wanted to come here again. Hey, when this is all over, when we have the whole case wrapped up, can we maybe come here just for fun? We can bring Gummy too. You don't let the past drag you down, do you? It's an admirable quality, I guess. Let's think about that later, shall we, Kay? The case isn't over yet. We can't afford to start making plans for when it's done. No fun. Fine. Then let's hurry up and solve this little mystery, shall we? So we got that one. The Sunset Sanitation Plant? What do they make cleaning products there or something? Sadly not. I think they just incinerate all the garbage the trucks bring back. By the way, Kay, you seem a little antsy. Oh, it's nothing. How did you see up in the other corner of the map? There's another garbage facility. Indeed there is. I imagine it probably fulfills a slightly different function. There seems to be quite a few such facilities in the area. Yeah, hey, this place is littered with them. Really? That's what you were so excited about? A third-rate pun? So, we have Sundown Sanitation Plant, we have Sunset Station, we have Sunrise Hall, we have Sunshine Harbor, we have Sunshine Coliseum. I don't really buy into all this stuff, but they do say that the light from the sun in the morning gives you more wrinkles, right? And why are we talking about this? Why do you think? Because they call it Morning Tan Park. I'd certainly like to be basking in the morning sunshine without a care in the world right now. But that says Mornington Park, not Mornington. There's a garbage processing facility right next to the fishing port here. Do they process garbage they pull out of the sea or something? I guess they might, but I doubt that's all they deal with. But what else? Oh, like garbage that washes up on the shore? Shells and fish bones and stuff? Well, who throws that stuff in there in the first place, huh? They should be ashamed of themselves. Didn't they ever hear of recycling? You could make earrings and necklaces and yeah. Let's maybe talk about that another time, shall we, Kay? The Sunshine Coliseum. They hold all kinds of events there. Yeah, I wanted to go to the World Peace Symposium, but they canceled it this year. It was so cool. Thieves from all over the planet, all gathered in one place. I mean, there was that thing where they arrested pretty much everybody who attended, I guess, and some people did say the whole thing was just a trap set by the police. And yet you still wanted to go? There's an array of filming equipment here. Are you getting ready to shoot something? No, nothing scheduled for today at this location. It's just a case has gone missing. Case? What are they talking about? Yeah, all that stuff there is normally stored inside of a large case. But I looked away for 5 minutes and it wandered off somewhere. Sounds like there's a thief around here. What exactly was taken? Just the case, as far as I can tell. Stolen case. Stolen from next to the site bus. Its contents were left inside. Why only that? I would have been more interested in what was inside it myself. I guess whoever took it must have needed the case more than its contents. And they did need to put something in it. Like a body. Where would Sean have been sitting? Sean? Oh. That's the seat with the backpack on it. Something poking out of it. Videotape? You remember this game? You remember this one? This one has never been released in the States until just recently last year. Unless you played the fan translation version of it. Well, they changed a lot of it, especially the title of it. Instead of Prosecutor's Path, it's Prosecutor's Gambit. And many of the characters' names have changed. A videotape? Well, we used that when we were shooting. Why would Sean have one? Was there something he wanted to record? This could be a clue. Yeah. You can get this on the Switch, you can get this on Steam, you can get this on the PS4 and 5, and you can get this on the Xbox Series S and X. So you have several choices to get this from. Comes with the original Miles Edgeworth Ace Attorney Investigations. There are some achievements and some unlockables too. If you had pre-ordered it, you would have gotten additional tracks, which I think they're going to make it available as DLC at a later date. I don't know when. So far, right now, I have not played the Miles Edgeworth Ace Attorney Investigation on here. At the time that I was streaming it, this was not released yet. So you have a choice of using the newer sprites or the traditional classic sprites. They're both in here for both games. Do you have any way for us to check what's on the tape? Sure, there's a couple of monitors set up right over there. Alright, hitting play. These are Sean's rehearsals. It's Sean. Is he rehearsing his lines? Sean was there on his own, running his lines. There's clearly visible footprints right here, which means this must be from last night. Yeah, he does this sometimes. When he's not happy with his theme, he borrows the equipment and goes over it on his own time. Wow, he's really dedicated, huh? Sure he is. He may be young, but he takes his craft seriously. You gotta admire it. Well, that part of it, at least. The using the kit without asking part, not so much. And he would have been able to use the equipment on his own? Sure, if all he wanted to do was shoot something pretty basic. Huh? What is it, Kay? Where did Sean go? He ran off somewhere. And just left the camera running? It stopped. I guess he ran out of tape. So that's all that's on there? Sean's rehearsal? Sean's rehearsal tape. Sean's rehearsal tape data jotted down in my organizer. Feels like you're right there behind the scenes, huh? This has been such a great shoot. Everybody's so into it. Crew, cast, everybody. Sure, it's not always been easy, but we kept smiling right through it all. What an atmosphere. Now, this. How did this happen? Not much we can do right now about the fact that shooting has been suspended. But if we can solve this case, maybe there's a chance the movie can get back on schedule. Another reason to do what we came here to do. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? So Judge Gambit was acting weird because she was worried about her son? Who knew she was a mom? Not me, that's for sure. I never would have guessed. Me neither. But then she is a judge. Her work requires her to maintain a certain insecurability, I suppose. Sean may not be the easiest kid to get along with, but I wouldn't want anything bad to happen to him. We can't leave Judge Gambit all worried and sad. We have to seal him back for her. It's hard to believe that somebody would stoop so low as to kidnap Sean. Yeah, but it explains why we can't find him anywhere. Last place we saw him was the movie set, correct? We should look there for clues. We should. Who knows? There could be vital evidence lurking everywhere. We'll need to look over everything, even stuff that might seem like it could be connected. A very good day, Prosecutor Edgeworth, sir. Huh? I'm not a prosecutor anymore. But he doesn't need to know that, I guess. Good day to you, officer. Can I ask you why you've been posted here? Me? Oh, I'm just keeping an eye on things. Excellent. Then perhaps you can tell me if any vehicles have come in and out of here this morning. None except the taxi and the blue truck over there, sir. Only 2 vehicles have come in and out? That should be useful to know. Vehicle activity. Only a taxi and blue truck have been through the plaza this morning. Oh-ho! Hey there, pal. Why the long face, huh? Everything you ought to maybe lighten up a little? Do you take on any passengers here Did you take on any passengers here this morning? Does a witch wear a pony hat? You bet I did. Just the one fare, mind you. And who was the passenger? It was 2 guys. Had on this black suit. Real sharp looking. Did they have a boy with them? This boy? No, like I said, it was just the 2 of them. Alright, never mind. Thank you for your help. I thought you might be onto something there. No luck. 2 men. They took a taxi from the big building. They didn't have a child with them. John! John! You in there? No sign of him here either. Kinda thought the basket on the back of the truck there looked suspicious. He's not wrong, it does. Huh? Well, what are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck? The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while. No way, you can tell just from that? And if it's been parked here a while, I guess the driver might not be nearby either. We don't really have time to stand around waiting until they get back. Blue truck. Data jotted down in my organizer. Half past midday nearby already. You think Judge Gambit and the others are doing okay? I'm not sure. How long is it realistically possible to drag out proceedings, I wonder? We have to find Sean! Indeed we do. Ah, heck. Not like that, dang it. How you think we're gonna get us a scoop like that? Sorry, Chief, my bad. How many times I gotta say it? We're scoop friends, scoop fiends. Wild critters that survive on scoops and scoops alone. Actually, her name's not Nicole in this one. Her name is Tabby Lloyd. If you put her name together, you might get the reference. Every scoop we ain't scooping. We're starving. It's scoop or die out here. Yes, Chief. Well, look who it is. Although I can't help but wish it wasn't. When did those two get here? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. We should go talk to them. Should we? Ugh, fine. Miss Lloyd calls you Chief, doesn't she? Sure does. Because that's exactly what I am. She's my #1 cub reporter. Seems my unique brand of shutterbugging caught her eye. So she came to me to learn the trade. She may be a scribbler, not a snapper, but the both of us hungry for scoop soup 24/7. And besides, who doesn't want to be called Chief, right? This heart's pictures were what drew Miss Lloyd to her. I suppose it's no surprise that this certain Chief attracted an apprentice with such unique taste. Sure, she didn't score no big stories just yet, but she's hungry. Boy, is she. Hungarian me even. And she wants a Taurosaurus exclusive battering, and Coyote wants a coyote. She's been turning this place upside down all day looking for leads. She has. Maybe she knows something about the kidnapping. I think we should ask her, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? Agreed. We need all the help we can get to find Sean. And I can think of one piece of evidence that might encourage her to tell us what we need to do. So now that the story of the underground auction is in the bag, what's next? Come on, as if you even need to ask. Taurosaurus, that's what! Fate done dropped him right in my dang lap. Snuck in upstairs to cover the auction. And then he shows up right on the doorstep and stomps. Big old footprints everywhere for good measure. Do you have a particular news outlet in mind for this big scoop? Ha! Does a bear do its business in the woods? Oh yes, it does. I got me 2 or 3 in mind. They'll be all over this like a rash. Like the National Enquirer? Heck, there's even one right here in the big building. Tabby and me, we're in and out of there all the time. I mean, mostly on account of how fond they seem to be of throwing us out on our ears, but still, sounds as if they're both more out than in. No offense and all, but if you're trying to reel me in here, y'all better have some tasty bait on that hook. By which I mean scoops, and plenty of them. You didn't seem interested in it at all. Okay. Time to talk to Tabby. Well, if ain't my good old friend Ruffles. Good to see you all again. And you, Miss Lloyd. But, how come you're here, if you don't mind me asking? Miss Lloyd, the accusation of murder made against you was, of course, entirely groundless. But the fact remains that you were a willing participant in the staged assassination attempt. The police will have no doubt wish to speak to you about that matter. You should be aware that you may well be punished for your actions. Well, they kind of dropped the whole case out of nowhere. Packed me up and shipped me home without so much as a slap on the wrist. Guess it was their way of saying, you keep up the good work now. They did seem kind of keen to get me to never ever mention this whole thing ever again though. Yes, because you weren't part of the official story of the attempt on the president's life. And they can't afford to have you getting in the way of that. But Mr. Edgeworth, telling Tabby not to talk is like trying to stop a dam from bursting with a piece of tape. Well, there's a reason why they're doing that. They're protecting her. Not exactly the most delicate way of putting it. Wrote up the whole thing, of course. Every last detail, plus a few of my own. Handed it into the paper. Hopes all high and but nothing. Not a peep. Was somebody putting pressure on them? Or were the details you added a little too gratuitous, perhaps? Both seem equally plausible. Unfortunately. What are you doing here at the big building? Are you reporting on something? Hey, maybe I didn't make this clear enough the first time we met, but you want a reporter to scratch your back? You gotta scratch hers first. If you catch my meaning. You mean you want me to give you something you can use for an article? Bingo! And it better be good. Because if it ain't, this conversation's over. You need to know about what might have happened to Sean. Perhaps I could show her a piece of evidence and see if she has anything to give me in return. Miss Lloyd, this picture. Say no more, Ruffles. I already know what you're going to ask. Huh? You do? You're looking for him, right? The kid? What? You just can't get out from underneath the drama, huh? Wherever he goes, the bodies follow. Miles Edgeworth. Trouble magnet. Pretty much sums you up, right? Is my reputation really so sordid? And now you done get yourself wrapped up in a kidnapping too? Crazy. Huh? How do you know about that? Shh, pipe down, will ya? Can't be talking about this stuff too loud. I ain't even told the chief about it either. Gotta keep it on the down low, okay? That ain't a cat I want out of the bag just yet. Seriously? How do you know about it? Surely Judge Gravel hasn't told anybody except us. I bet you'd just love to know, wouldn't ya? Well, you can't. It's a secret. She's as stubborn as ever, sings. Hey, quit staring at me like that. I ain't sharing nothing with the thundercloud of a face. So, you know something, right? Sure do. Truth is, I done saw it. Little kid been bundled off by two shady characters in black suits. Men in black. According to Miss Lloyd, two men in black suits took Sean away. What? Do you know where they went? Nope. Don't got a clue. It was kind of far away when I spotted them. Lost sight pretty quick. Dang it! Still, at least we know something about our kidnappers now. Yes, two men in black. Okay, so I think the last thing we have left to do is not that. So, since I don't have the guide in front of me, you're going to pick 2. And Andy will tell you if you're correct, okay? You want to do Men in Black and 2 men. Now Andy will have to tell us if you're correct or not. I'm doing this because I don't want to risk any losing points. If we can avoid losing points by using our references. I have already played the original game before, so I'm not really worried about being spoiled. Thank you for the subscription. It's not the charging that's the issue. The battery itself can't be charged anymore. It's already like 5 years old and has no juice left into it. I do keep it charged. I leave it plugged in. So I have to replace the battery. And the battery Andy gave me, it's already more than 5 years old already. One at a time. One at a time. I'm waiting for a response from Andy. This is Dice Pick. Men in Black and 2 men. So we've learned a little something about the kidnappers. Miss Lloyd saw 2 men taking Sean away. And the taxi driver remembered giving 2 similar-looking men a ride. They might be the same people, right? I'd say it's a distinct possibility, yes. But there's one thing that doesn't make sense. The taxi driver said specifically that the 2 men didn't have a child with them. No Sean. The 2 men who took Sean away got into a taxi without him. Oh yeah, that is weird. Alright, so you said vehicle activity. Oh, you're going to change that to no Sean and stolen case. Now let's see if I'm going to verify with Andy to see if that's correct. That's not correct. Okay. So it sounds like we probably don't have anything that'll link to no Sean, which no, it's called no Sean. So that is correct. Okay, so he was confused. So this is correct. Could it be the kidnappers who stole the case? Wait, you mean... Yes. What if they put Sean inside it? He's little enough that he'd fit, I guess. So the reason the taxi driver didn't see him might be that he was loaded into the trunk as baggage. But why did they need to hide him? I imagine they might not have planned to originally, but they didn't count on there being a police presence here in the plaza. Right, that makes sense. They didn't want the officer on duty to see them going off with Sean, so they took a rather drastic measure. That must be it. Alright, let's go see what the taxi driver can tell us. The two men you told us about, did they have any baggage with them? Boy, did they. A giant case. Wasn't easy getting that thing in the trunk, I tell ya. That settles it. They must have been the kidnappers. Where did you take these two men, if you don't mind me asking? Look, I can see this is important. How about I give you a ride there? That's a great idea. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. All right, thank you. My pleasure, folks. Okay, so we have progress. April 6th, 12:57 p.m. Question mark, 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 question mark. Normally they just put 3 question marks, but I guess they went a little overboard on this one. Ugh. Did he have to drive that fast? Feel kind of queasy. We'll find out. Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You look a little green yourself. I'm fine. The driver said he took the men to the garage of the house right here, which means this might be where they brought the case. No way! Look at the name in the mailbox! Name? What? Celsius Winter? Blaze is not his real name no more. His name is Celsius Winter, which is now going to be officially canon as the winner penalizes Manfred von Karma. This must be the chairman guy's house. What? Celsius Winter ordered Sean's kidnapping? Isn't he currently under arrest? Nice. The garage door is unlocked. You spotted that quickly. Although I guess I probably shouldn't be surprised. Smells of engine oil in here. I guess Winter Senior must be something of a motorhead. Just to call him Winter Senior, despite the fact that his son is Eustace, took off training wheels? Are you sure that bike even had any training wheels? Anybody home? No? Anybody? Where are we, Kay? Common house thieves? You take that back. We're great thieves. And don't let me ever hear you say different. Ouch. Have some self-respect, Mr. Edgeworth. You didn't like that at all. Anyways, it seems nobody's around, which hopefully means we're not at a risk of being arrested. Don't let your guard down yet. We're only just getting started here. Now, let's find us some treasure. Aren't we supposed to be looking for Sean? Let's look at some gloves. Look, a treasure! These are mechanic's gloves. I see death. I'm pretty sure. the other word be on the other one? They're designed to be worn when fixing vehicles or something with machines. They're covered in foil and it looks like it must be from a machine too. A lot of glass shards there. We dealt with them on the last case. And strangely, dirt. An awful lot of dirt. I doubt they would have gotten like that from motorcycle maintenance. Ugh, I hate this guy. But I have to admit, I like his gloves a lot. You think we can maybe come up with a good excuse to borrow them? I was about to take them into evidence, but now I'm not so sure that's a good idea. Mechanic glove dead, I jotted down in my organizer. Okay. No way! This bike is super cool! There's even a skull over the headlight. I suppose it's designed so that the eyes light up when you turn it on. Really? Wow! I'll bet it's still nothing compared to when you get that steely glint in your eyes. My eyes don't actually light up, Kay. There's a sledgehammer and a shovel and a bunch of other heavy-duty tools here. That thing makes Judge Cavell's hammer look puny. If I ever become a judge, I'm getting one like this. I doubt you'd make yourself very popular swinging one of those around in a courtroom. Okay, I don't think you even have the upper body strength to even carry a sledgehammer. This. Really? Fine. What if I swung the shovel around instead? That could be a little worse than the sledgehammer. Then it wouldn't be a courtroom, it would be a circus. Promise me you won't do that. I think we know what this is. Yes, this has to be it. The equipment case that Mr. Powers told us was stolen. They folded little Sean up, packing him in there, and shipped him all the way here, huh? He's a boy, Kay, not a piece of equipment. And it's possible that he's still here. And we better find him. My reputation as a great thief is riding on this, and yours is my assistant. Sure it is. Huh? There's somebody in the back there. Sean? Is that you? Sean! Stay right there, we're coming! Huh? That's... But... Mr. Winter! What? What is he doing here? Wait, this is Chairman Winter's house, right? Which means, yes, it's Mr. Winter's home too, presumably. So how did he wind up like this? His name is Eustace Winter. And his father is Excelsius Winter. On time, Kay, quickly. A little expert rope work, huh? Give it to me. He's already used that term a few times already in the last case. Alright, like this, and through there, and you're free! Are you okay, Eustace? It looks like he's been through hell. How did you come to be tied up down here? I don't know! You found me! Why don't you tell me? Because we don't know, which is why we're asking. I'm not sure you're going to be able to get much out of him like this. No, in which case, there's only one thing for it. Because that's the way I voiced him like that throughout the entire game. Wait, you mean I hate to beat a man while he's down, but it might be the only way. Are you sure? Look, don't go too hard on him, okay? You might push him over the edge. Understood. I'll tread carefully, I promise. Well, I can't promise I'll be very good at it. I've never held back against my opponent before at all. Now, there's an achievement for this. If I lose this, I get an achievement for it. That doesn't state that in that strategy wiki, does it? But you can look that up. I watched Mega Man NG do this one, and he purposely lost this. So, you have a choice die. You want me to go for that achievement, or do you want me to just go through it? Because the achievement is really not important. I can always go and get the achievement some other time. You want me to just go through it? Okay, we're just going to go through it. We can do the achievement some other time. Last time we saw him, he was running out of the courtroom. How did he wind up here? You don't understand! You don't know what it's like being me! He's been through a lot. It's going to be hard to know what might cause him to lose control. So, we're doing mind chess with an autistic prosecutor, so we're gonna have fun! Yes, he shows signs of being autistic. I'm not saying that as a bad thing, because autism is a very serious thing. He does show signs of being autistic. Yeah. I doubt you're going to find much about that in his background, but I can almost very certain that if you ask the developers, they'll probably tell you, yeah, that was the point. In which case, I guess I may just have to quietly listen to what he has to say. Why me? Why am I always the last one to know? The butt of every joke. He clearly has questions. I'll have to do my best to try and answer them. But he's also clearly in no fit state for this. I'll need to try and finish this quickly. I should figure out what he needs to hear and try to calm him down. Which one am I picking? Tell me what's on your mind. I've noticed something over the short time we've known one another, Eustace. You're utterly worthless. Don't you think you should start over? Try to learn to be a decent human being from scratch? You... What? What? Calm down. I'm not done yet. I don't care. I don't want to hear what you had to say. I don't want to hear what anybody has to say. Ah! I pushed him too far. Uh-oh. I just acquired the achievement. Whoops. Why don't you just leave me alone? You think I'm going to trust you? I don't trust anybody anymore. Curses! I can't give up just yet. I have to keep him after him. That's the achievement. Well, it looks like I got the achievement anyways. Alright. Once more to the breach. Now let's do the right way. Just take a deep breath and tell me what's on your mind, Eustace. No, I will not! Even if I did, it's not like you'd listen to me. Which am I picking? By time. What is this? Why aren't you shouting objection? You always shout objection. What? You really gonna listen to me? I'm biding my time. Learning the truth about your father can't have been easy. I can only sympathize. That wasn't the hard part. The hard part was losing everything I've ever had in a single morning. Everything I thought I worked for, it was all a lie. Dad just made it happen. Tell me, Edgeworth, what am I supposed to believe in now? You should believe in yourself. You can lose faith in everything but yourself. That you have to believe in. But you don't have to do it alone. Experience. I can't give you but knowledge. That I'm happy to offer. Take care. Thank you for joining. I had some time to think while I was tied up like that, and I realized something. I'm not cut out to be a prosecutor. I'm incompetent. I don't even know that's the right word. I think the word you're looking for is incompetent. I think the word you're looking for is incompetent. But judging one's own incompetence is notoriously difficult. So I need you to trust me on something. You're getting better at this, Eustace. Day by day, inch by inch, I swear it. You're behind, aren't you? Now, I need to ask you something. Will you help me out? Sure. What do you want to know? Well, first of all, thank you for calming down. Next, I want you to tell me about your kidnapping. I need you to be as detailed as possible, Eustace. Tell me everything you remember seeing and hearing. Why would somebody kidnap you, only to take you back to your own home? Don't you think I want to know that too? I'm the victim here. What are you asking me for? How am I supposed to know? They locked me up in that box, then locked me up in here. I was scared, so scared. And did you happen to overhear anything your kidnappers might have said? I think one said, if you want to blame somebody, blame the guy who owns this house. The owner of this house? That's your father, isn't it? It is? I guess it is, huh? Oh, I get it. The kidnappers were people who hated my dad. That's not it. At least not based on what else we know about this situation. But there was some kind of link between the kidnappers and Winter Sr. That could be a clue. Do you have any idea who your kidnappers might have been? No, of course I don't. If I did, I'd have told you already. Time to deploy my clue. Your captors wanted you easily at hand, and where could be more convenient than one's own home? I hate to break it to you, Eustace, but the kidnapping was ordered by your father. What? You don't think he wanted me out of the way? That he was going to kill me? What good would that have done him? His own son dead in the family garage? He would instantly have been the prime suspect. You're right. Okay, so why did he have me kidnapped? Well, it won't have been for some ransom, not his own son. That wouldn't make sense. So his motive for kidnapping must have been something else. This could be an important clue. Do you have any idea why somebody might have wanted to kidnap you? What do you mean? Why does anybody kidnap anybody? For ransom, right? Time to deploy my clue. Why would somebody kidnap their own child if they were planning on demanding a ransom? Yeah, that is kind of weird. Did anything odd happen during the kidnapping? No, I just answered this stupid question and then they grabbed me. Their questions? What did they ask you? Stop glaring at me like that. What was it again? Oh yeah, they asked me if I knew Gavel. Of course. They're starting to fall into place now. Your father, his goal wasn't to kidnap you. He was out to kidnap Judge Gavel's son, Sean Penn, because he wanted to force her honor into declaring Warden Lagarde not guilty. Wait, Gavel is a son? And it was also Lagarde would be found not guilty? I think you were mistaken for Sean, and that's why you were kidnapped. What? You mean I went through all that by mistake? Wait, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, that would explain the part where... What? Have you remembered something? No, it's nothing. I'm nothing. I'm useless. Meaningless. Just go. Just leave me alone. This isn't good. I think I pushed him as far as he can reasonably be pushed. I have to calm him down and get him to tell me what it is he just remembered. Judging by his fragile demeanor, I'd say he's still suffering considerably. I need to help him get back on his feet. You remembered something just now. What was it? I didn't remember anything. All I remember is him. Him? You mean your father? No, I didn't mean to bring him up. I'm nothing compared to him. I'd never have made prosecutor if he didn't help me. I've been wanting to ask about that for some time. Why did you become a prosecutor? What do you mean? You think it too, don't you? That I wasn't meant to be one? That I'm not good enough? Say something, will you? You chose this path. Why? You must have a reason. It's not like that. There's no big reason behind it. The reason is stupid and dumb and not important. Like I said, it's stupid. It probably doesn't mean much to anybody except me. I've often felt much the same about my own reason for becoming a prosecutor. Really? You have? But you're a real one, a good one, a success. Even my dad, the chairman of the committee, said so. You want your father's approval? I can well understand that. You can? I thought if I became the best prosecutor out there, he'd finally accept me for who I am. I just wanted to not be useless. You're not. Covering for your father in any way, are you? What? No, I won't cover for him ever again. I mean, why would I after what he's done? You have a strong desire to be of use to him, so he'll approve of you. Is that fair to say? I mean, why can't I be just once? Just once in my stupid life. Why can't I make it better? Why can't I clean his name? It isn't possible to clean a name, Eustace, but you can clear one. Oh, I never knew that. Your father's case, though, it's going to be hard. His crimes continue, as your kidnapping shows. Knowing that, do you still think you can help him? But what else do I have? What else am I supposed to do? Why don't you be the better man and rise above the father who made a fool of you? Stare him straight in the eye and stop him from committing any more crimes. Hey, you're right. I'll prove him wrong about me. I'll prove him wrong about everything. That seems to have calmed him down again. Now, I just need to get him to tell me what happened to the evidence. Let's see if I can give him the courage he'll need to stand up to his father. What's the connection between your father and Warden Lagarde? Sorry, I don't know much about that. You can't think of anything? Even the smallest morsel could be a valuable clue. Oh, I think they maybe worked together once and... And what is it? What else have you remembered? I think she got the job at the prison because my dad recommended her. Interesting. And did he have any particular reason to recommend her? I guess he thought she was good at her job. Unlike me. I think they knew each other from back when he was the chief prosecutor. What was he like back then? Was he different at all? Oh, he was amazing. It wasn't a piece of evidence he didn't know, or a case file he hadn't read. An intimate knowledge of cases and the evidence pertaining to them. That could be an important clue. Key pieces of evidence from the Lagarde trial failed to make it to the courtroom. As the prosecutor in charge, they were your responsibility. Did you misplace them somehow? No, that's not what happened. You haven't heard my side of the story. I thought I was putting them in the safest place there was. What did I do? What did I do? Seems he's drowning his own self-doubt again. Guess I'd better send out a lifeboat and bring him in. I think I know what you thought would be the safest place possible. With your father, isn't that correct? What? Ah! He told me it would all be safe with him. He said there was nowhere safer. Oh, I'm afraid he betrayed your trust in the ugliest way possible. So he got rid of it? Why, Dad? What were you thinking? Your father wanted to obscure the truth in order to ensure that Warden Lagarde was declared innocent. There's no easy way to say this, Eustace. He used you. What? There's a chance that the evidence is still in Chairman Winter's possession. And we still don't know where Sean is. We need to get back out there and find him. It's all my fault. What do I do now? I can't stand by and watch him like this. He's had a brutal collision with a reality he never even knew existed. I should ask him what he means to do now. Perhaps I can help him figure that out. There's no way around it. The road ahead will be a hard one. But maybe this is fate, and maybe my job is to point him in the right direction. Oh, which one am I picking? Do you mean to be like your father? To continue to ignore the truth? Come on, give me a break, will you? Can't a guy get a glass of human kindness when he needs one? The milk of human kindness? Are you talking about the milk of human kindness? I'm afraid that's not quite the phrase phrases you. Huh? It's not. Listen, talking with you like this, it's helpful for me too. There was a time where there was truth I didn't want to face up to either. Die. I got a question to ask you. You think Phoenix should sit down and actually watch this case or play this case on his own? Because this is something that actually reflects on him. Wouldn't you agree? But a good friend taught me the error of my ways. That's nice. I don't have anybody like that. If you could muster the courage to try to find your feet again, I'd be very happy to help. You would? Only if you really mean to try. I don't want to be like my dad. You want to be better than him, don't you? Yes, Eustace, I see it now. Do you mean to continue working as a prosecutor, Eustace? I don't even want to think about that yet. After all, I only ever became one because of my dad. I probably shouldn't even think about carrying on, should I? The only person who can answer that question is you. Only you can decide what path you choose to walk. That's why I'm so upset that Capcom changed this title. That's what the game should be called. It's Prosecutor's Path. It's been emphasized multiple times in this game. It's a Prosecutor's Path. Edgeworth wasn't gambling his career. He was finding the right path, the right prosecutor's path. And he is teaching it to Eustace right now. That is why it bothers me so much that Capcom called it Prosecutor's Gambit instead of Prosecutor's Path. They should have left that name alone. Then I don't want to stop being a prosecutor. If I give up now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I just know it. So he intends to see this through. I'll bear that in mind. He's told me that he wishes to be better than his father, and that he wishes to remain a prosecutor. I take that to mean that he wants to be a different kind of prosecutor than his father. That's the first important decision he's ever made for himself. And it tells us where he means to go next. So, what now, Eustace? Well, first I'm going to give this stupid jacket back. I don't deserve to wear it. My dad always said that clothes makes you a man, but I'm no man. His clothes makes the man, Eustace. It is? Thanks, Edgeworth. I'm learning a lot from you today. That's good to hear. Now about that jacket. Why don't we make you into a prosecutor worthy of it? Alright, let's do it. Let's make it so nobody ever makes fun of me again. But how? How do I get there? Tell me, what do I need to do? I don't know. I just don't know. And if only he'd remember his own words from a few minutes ago. The decision he made sure served as a good guide as to what he should do next. You want to remain a prosecutor, but walk a different path from your father, correct? Won't be easy. But the path you have chosen is that of the true prosecutor. And now that you have chosen it, when the time comes, you'll know exactly what to do. You're lucky. I myself still haven't quite decided what to do with my life. But you have. And it's a choice you made all on your own. I know that. Now, all you have to do is believe in yourself and in the path you've chosen. Mistaken for Sean and kidnapped by his own father's underlings, and losing his belief in himself as a prosecutor after his father stole his evidence. He's thought through so much in the span of a single day. more than I can imagine. Well, it took a little longer than I thought it would. That's checkmate. I didn't even think I was going to actually do the achievement, actually. No! Die? You got tears falling from your face right now? Pretty sad, huh? Wow. I don't think I ever seen him move so fast. He's particularly speedy when it comes to running away from things, it seems. April 6th, 1:15 p.m. Big building. Plaza. Ugh, we don't have much time left. I think we better check in with Fender. He'll want an update on what we discovered. We need to know what's going on over at the courthouse. But Eustace ran off, right? Isn't he supposed to be the prosecutor in charge? Something tells me we can trust Eustace in what he plans on doing. So, yeah. We're just updating Fender, nothing else. We'll change. Francesca will continue for the prosecution. Okay. Is that really alright, though? It's going to have to be. Like you say, Eustace ran off. Look, I hate to be a stickler for the details. Let's go over this just one more time, shall we? No murder weapon means no conclusive proof. Means no conviction. That's all there is to it.
Objection!
That makes no sense. The lack of murder weapon doesn't prove your client's innocent. Don't make me come over there and whip it into you. Eek! Eddie, darling. How much longer is this going to take? It's almost as if you're trying to drag this out for as long as possible. Sorry, Beast. It's our friend the prosecutor over there. She's stubborn as a freaking mule. Then give me a satisfactory explanation. Or I'll have to keep whipping you until you can. Seriously? I've already taken more licks than I have had birthdays. Come on, Miles, what's taking so long? I'm happy to buy you some time and all, but I'm taking a beating here. Oh, sorry, G. This one's important. Mind if I take it? Fine. Fender. Mazzarino! Boy, am I ever glad to hear your voice. How are things on your end? I found Eustace. Sweet! And the knife and the chisel? Unfortunately, he entrusted both to his father's care, which means the Chairman Winner is the only person who knows where they are. Chairman Winner? Why would he? Not quite sure of the specifics just yet. We do know that Chairman Winner and Warden Lagarde have some sort of connection. rather others didn't know about. Gotcha. Alright, guess the next move will be to get Excelsius Winter on the stand. Best to hear the deets from the proverbial horse's mouth, right? I'll keep looking for the missing evidence. Time for Sean. Well, check a leg, will you, big guy? Can't keep this one from going to the judges much longer. We're a gnat's whisker from a verdict here. Understood. Wonder how long Judge Duval's nerve can hold. This can't be easy for her. You need to hurry. How are things over at the courtroom of doom? We're going to call Chairman Winter to the stand. Who knows how that'll go for them. Yeah, he's already stooped to evidence stealing and kidnapping. What else is he capable of? Exactly. Perhaps we should look over any evidence we have relating to him, just in case it might help. Good idea. Alright, leave it to me. Presenting a hot new piece of evidence, fresh from the evidence oven. The gloves we found in the garbage? Yes, I was thinking about those. Anything else? What about this file from the IS-7 incident? Chairman Winter was involved in that, right? Yes, he helped suppress the evidence. It's probably a good idea to have the notes on hand. IS-7 incident case file jotted down in my organizer. Excellent. And do we have anything else? We sure do. Last, but far from least, there's this. Your Yatagarasu pen? Okay. I asked for evidence related to Chairman Winter. Can you please try and take this seriously? Says the guy who spends his life presenting people with evidence that has nothing to do with anything. That's different. Wait, that's Eustace? Hey, what are you doing here? Ah! Rude, he totally ignored me. What was he doing in the big building, I wonder? Let's go inside and see if we can find out what he was up to. Yes, good idea. Huh? The hatch is wide open. Maybe Eustace opened it. Did Eustace really come down here? Mr. Edgeworth, look! The safe is open! I guess maybe he did come down here. We better take a closer look. There's some stuff left inside the safe. I think we better take a look, don't you? The owner will just have to forgive our prying. Is it a document of some kind? Bronco Knight's stuff? This must be all of Bronco Knight's important stuff. Let's see. Yeah, a document. And there's a photo attached to it. This photo, this picture, it's of... Wow, that's Mr. Knight, right? The name's Bronco Knight. I'm the president's personal bodyguard. Why is there a picture of him in here? And what's this paperwork about? I'm not sure. Let's take a closer look. You were right, darling. There's something sort of connection between Knight and Canis. As you know, we've been trying to find out who Canis plays his silly correspondent chess game with. Well, now we know. I'll be pulling Knight into my office for a thorough grilling tomorrow. This is from Warden Lagarde's words. And I'll make that worm admit he's Canis's lackey if it's the last thing I do. So you do your bet too, and retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. I'm sure it's still right in front of the planter where we left it. Seems to be some sort of report on Knight. Yeah, and it must be from right around the time he was killed. We know that Knight was killed while being interrogated in prison, in the prison warden's office. I think we can safely assume that this document was written by Fifi Lagarde. Don't you? I'd say so. By who? But who was it written for? I think it was written for Chairman Winner, right? Is that what you're thinking too? I mean, it makes logical sense that it would be written for him. Oh, I guess whoever owns the safe, and I say that's likely to be the auctioneer, Excelsius Winner himself. Proof that they really did know each other. Indeed. Not only that, it proves another connection. Huh? Lagarde and Winner were trying to flush out Mr. Canis's henchmen. Oh, you mean Bodhimharma Canis, right? The assassin guy with a soft spot for dogs? Yeah, something with the three of them. Something they don't want anybody to know. But what? I don't know yet. But I suspect it has something to do with this case. Report on night data jotted down in my organizer. Wait, there's something else in here we've seen before. There's something on his finger. Let's take a closer look, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a ring, an expensive looking one at that. Don't even think about it, Kay. What? I didn't say anything. Whoa, Mr. Knight. Your chess set and your ring are here too. All your possessions in one place. So basically the safe was full of evidence from the murder at that prison? It seems so. Which means the missing knife and chisel might be here too. Knife, chisel. No dice. There's nothing else here apart from Mr. Knight's stuff. Really? Curses! Knight may be dead. Curse you, Edgeworth! Our game isn't over yet. But he left unfinished business behind him. I think we need to find out what it was. Knight's possessions data jotted down in my organizer. Did I interest you two in some cotton candy, perhaps? I have ice cream, too. Or if I recall correctly, you weren't much of a fan. Di, do you remember who he is? The killer? I like how you call him the killer. We like to call him Shelly. You! The killer! It's wonderful to see you looking so well, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you doing here? Just as I said, I'm selling cotton candy. Can I really not interest you in some? Parting clouds? Called very apt. Sweeter than death itself, so delicious, you'll feel you're parting the clouds en route to heaven. I remember having store-bought cotton candy and I didn't like it. It was terrible. I could not eat it. Ugh. Plus, I think the flavor I had was bubble gum, and I don't like the taste of bubble gum. Blech. Bubblegum cotton candy. That sounds disgusting, don't it? He's the last person on Earth I'd accept candy from. I was hoping to ask you about my last little message. Did you manage to figure it out yet? Congratulations on another case solved. And I can't truly say it's been fully resolved, can you? Have you been watching us this whole time? Watching you? No. I prefer to think I've been watching over you. The stand here really is the most marvelous little vantage point. How are the two things any different? And what does he want with us? The president's murder? Was that you? Oh no, my contract elapsed a little while ago. He was rather famous among us assassins, no? A man no one could kill, notoriously stubborn. Despite multiple attempts over the years, it wasn't just his brawn that kept him safe. He used bodyguards, body doubles, you name it. It certainly wasn't his brawn that kept him safe. Sadly, this time his bodyguards were nowhere to be found. And after Mr. Rook died to save him too. As I said, it wasn't me. I do not kill without good reason. Which is something else I have to be grateful to Mr. Rook for. Thanks to him, I avoided killing someone entirely unworthy of my attention. Thanks to you. What does that mean? The person who hired me deliberately misled me as to the identity of my target. A betrayal of trust for which I won't soon forgive them. That is why I'm currently doing all I can to track them down. And do you know what I think? I think you and I are looking for the same person. He's looking for Excelsius Winner. Really? Is he talking about whoever it was that killed the president? And who is this person, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, come now. I can't tell you that. It's against the rules. Revealing the identity of a client is one of the questions. I'd hardly stay in business long if people couldn't trust me now, would I? But that doesn't mean there's anything to stop me from catching up with them in my free time. And what are you going to do when you find them? Why, dish out a little justice for the betrayal I suffered, of course. What? What are you saying? What's going to happen to them? I think you can imagine. Oh, this hasn't exactly been a pleasant catch-up. But I shouldn't leave you completely in the dark. There's something you ought to know. Our mutual friend, Budham Harmakanis, has escaped 3 days ago. What? 3 nights ago, to be precise. His cell was suddenly simply empty. Almost as if he knew I was coming to pay him a visit. Wait, the killer went to visit Canis in prison? Does this mean he's the person the killer is looking for? Now, I better not take up any more of your time. We'll be seeing one another again soon, I'm sure. Let's both keep up the good work, shall we? We'll run our target to the ground in the end. First the killer, now Canis. 2 assassins on the loose. Huh? That sound. Mr. Edgeworth, it's Judge Cavell's cell phone. Could it be Sean? How's it going, Miles? Whoever it is using a voice changer, who is this? Your friend in the red raincoat, of course. Raincoat? You're the one who abducted Kay. Bingo. Well, figure it out, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. I can't hear, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. There's a speaker button. I was as surprised as anybody when she lost her memory like that. Talk about a curveball. Hey! I'm standing right here, you know. But never mind all that. Called to talk about something else. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. It says, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner get a little Miss Rosie Ringer. What? This must be the person the killer was talking about. That's what's called to say thank you. I neither want or need your thanks. Sure, but you deserve them anyways. Guess the penny didn't drop yet, huh? You're right. Abducted Kay, as you put it. Why would I do that, That's right, because I needed your help. Needed you to help me make sure that Winner got caught. No. If Kay was a suspect, you'd have to look into it. You looked into it, you'd be sure to unmask him eventually. After all, you're a genius, right? Everything worked out exactly like I planned. Oh, but there's something else you should know. Something you didn't figure out yet. It wasn't Winner who kidnapped Judge Cabell's boy. You. How do you know about that? You and the good judge are more similar than you know. You might even be becoming friends. After all, he visited you at the detention center, right? Seems pretty poly to me. How could they possibly know about that? He didn't even use a real name when he visited. He pretended to be Detective Gumshoe. Anyway, you want to know how I knew about the kidnapping? That one's nice and simple. Because sweet, innocent little Sean is here with me right now. What? No! Oh, sounds like that one was a real surprise. Ugh, if only I could see your face. Well, Kay, what do you say? Why don't you come and steal him back just like you said you would? You wouldn't want the amazing Yada Garasu's first commission to be a failure, would you? They even know about that? How can they possibly know so much? Oh, don't get the wrong idea about dear old Excelsius, by the way. Papa Winner is still a villain through and through. He wants to kidnap Sean. I just got there first. So there were 2 kidnapping plots? What a bunch of clowns. His goon kidnapped his own son by mistake. Is Sean really there with you? Prove it. Put him on the phone. Oh, he's here. I'm afraid I can't do that. He's sleeping. So sweet. Then why should we believe you? You might not be the kidnapper at all. Look, you don't want to believe me? That's up to you. What do you want? What's the end game here? Are you just trying to get Lagarde acquitted? Nope, I couldn't care less about whether they find her guilty or not. So whoever it is, they're not after the same thing as Chairman Winner. My endgame is going to have to stay a secret for now. Alright, nice talking to you. You kids have fun, okay? Don't think for a second you'll get away with this. Oh, don't worry. I'm counting on you at least trying to track me down. That'll be half the fun. Yeah. Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice very highly. Ugh. Who was that? Wish I knew. But didn't give us a chance to figure that out. Deliberately, I imagined. What? So we really have nothing to go on? That's not fair. They sure knew a whole lot about us. Indeed they did. You're right. That was uncanny. It was uncanny how much they seemed to know. How is it possible that they were party so much that it happened in private? Right. They knew everything about the whole kidnapping situation too. We need to figure out how. Where were they getting their information from? Let's consider this carefully. What were the things they knew? You and the good judge are more similar than you know. I think you might even be becoming friends. After all, she visits you at the detention center, right? Seems pretty poly to me. You wouldn't want the amazing Yatagarasu's first commission to be a failure, would you? They even know about that? Oh, sounds like the one was a real surprise. Ah, if only I could see your faces. That's it. Based on the specifics they mentioned, there's only one possible answer. I've got it, Kay. I know how they knew. Huh? Really? Whoever it was, they were... Die? You should know the answer to this one. This one should be easy. No, they weren't following us. They weren't filming us. They were listening in on us. They must have been able to hear us somewhere. It's the only possible answer. What? Like they were eavesdropping on us? Think about what the kidnapper said. Ooh, sounds like that one was a real surprise. Ah, if only I could see your faces. If only I could see your faces. That means they couldn't. So they weren't filming or following us. See? Okay, so what? They hit a bug somewhere? Let me take a look at the stuff in my bag. Where could they have concealed it? We need to go back to what they said again. Yes, they said somehow knew about something they shouldn't have. Judge Gavel's impromptu visit, or conversation in the visitor's room. Judge Gavel. Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a seat. What evidence did I have on person at that point? The bug must have been hidden here. So where do you think the bug is hidden? You gotta really think about this one, okay? Okay, that's all your evidence. It is on page 1, you're correct. No, this would not have had a bug onto it. It would have been too obvious to actually find a bug onto a letter if it was on a letter. So the letter would not be it. We didn't have the flyer in the detention center when we talked to Judge Gavell. We didn't have the lock when we were in the detention center when we talked to Judge Gavell. The Yatagarasu pen.
Take that!
Okay, can I take a closer look at your badge? The Yatagarasu pen? No, it's mine. What? Seriously, Mr. Edgeworth, sure, you're a great thief's assistant now, but that doesn't mean you get to wear the pin right away. You have to earn it. I don't want to wear it. I want to check it for bugs. Huh? This whole thing? Let's take a look, shall we? It's something I've been wondering for a while now, but is this pin something you inherited or... Nope, there wasn't one, so I made it myself. I suppose that makes sense. It's quite flashy. Can't imagine any other thief wanting to wear it. What? You don't have to be so mean, you know. Huh? Whoa! So I was right. Yatagarasu pin data updated in my organizer. How did you know? Whoever it was we're dealing with, they came into close contact with you recently. When they knocked me unconscious, you mean? Precisely, which made me think the bug must be in one of your possessions. But they also overheard my conversation with Judge Gavell when she visited me. Something that would have been impossible if I didn't have the bug on my person at the time. I get it. So you thought back over what they let you keep hold of when they locked you up. Yes, all the case evidence I was carrying had been confiscated, meaning the only thing it could possibly have been was your pen. So they were listening to us this whole time? And they heard everything we said? I suspect so. Everything to do with this case and more. Wait, they're probably listening to what we're saying right now. It might be, well, they may well be, yes. Hey, jerkface! Okay! Eavesdropping, coward! Why don't you come out and show yourself? Huh? Oh, what was that sound? Ow, 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 ow! Ouch, dang it! Huh? Oh, look, it's Tabby! You sure know how to surprise a girl. You gotta shout that loud without a word or warning? Made me jump halfway out of my skin. Sorry. What got you so on the area anyhow? Get a load of this. Seriously, it'll make your blood boil. It will, huh? I'm all ears. I wonder if we might be better off keeping it to ourselves, Kay. Assuming we don't want to be all over the front page of tomorrow's paper, that is. Thanks. Nearly walked right into that. Oh, come on. Y'all no fun at all. I was counting on you opening up and spilling the beans all over this here plaza. I better switch off the bug before I forget. Bug data jotted down in my organizer. So, did y'all find that there kidnapped kitty? Ah, speak of which, the child you saw being taken away, was it the boy in this photograph? Huh? Nah, that ain't him. The kid I saw looked dumber than mud, even if he did have on some fancy school uniform. No prize for guessing who she means. So Miss Lloyd managed to confuse matters once again. I think we'd better take another look around. Back to square one. Hopefully we'll turn up some new information soon. Only 20 minutes left until 2. Are we gonna make it in time? Wait, Mr. Edgeworth, I just had a thought. It's about the phone call. There was a weird noise in the background, right? There was? Don't think for a second you'll get away with this. Oh, don't worry. I'm counting on you at least trying to track me down. That'll be half the fun. Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice particularly highly. Wait, she's right. We heard a loud bang right at the end. Exploding sound. There was a loud bang in the background of the kidnapping's call. What do you think that could have been, Di? What do you think that could have been? Yeah, the booming sound. What do you think it could have been? Something exploding. What would be one thing that you can think of that explodes? Maybe I'll give you a hint. You know what that is a reference of? Bomb? Not quite. So pay attention. Good one. Could that provide a hint as to the kidnapper's location? A loud bang, you say? I see. Ugh. Will you stop eavesdropping? Boy, you never get any cuddlier, do you, Ruffles? Guess I'll need to speak with Miss Lloyd, too. Much as I don't want to. How about that? A little help from little me, and y'all make a big, grand leap closer to solving the case. Closer? So, if by closer you mean we wound up going after the completely wrong kidnapped victim? She must have barely looked at the photo at all. Really? And here I thought I'd given y'all the tip of the century. Not bad. It's not your fault. It's ours for putting our trust in unreliable sources. We'll just have to learn not to do that again. Hey, that ain't nice. I just gotta give y'all no tips at all, you know. And I won't. Not if you're gonna be like that. Alright, fine. And maybe just this one. But only 'cause I got a real scoop for y'all this time. Real scoop, This should be good. Fine. I'm not expecting much, but you got my attention. What is this scoop of yours? Proof that what? Proof that Torosaurus really is real. Alright, Kay, we're leaving. Wait! I ain't lying, I swear! Sure, it's hard to believe, but it's true! I don't have time for this. We also don't have much else to go on, I suppose. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps? Ooh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper and a gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of the big old beastie breathe-in fire, is what I captured. I was hoping for something a little better than that. Hey, don't make that face. Dang it, I ain't lying. Listen for yourself and tell me it ain't true. Alright, ready? It's fire breathing time. Dang nabbit. There. Well, kind of hard to tell over the shouting, but it could have been something breathing fire, maybe. And tell me, Miss Lloyd, did you see this fire breathing something with your own eyes? Well, not exactly with my eyes as such. Being as how I wasn't particularly close by when it happened. Surely the real Torosaurus would be pretty hard to miss no matter how far away you were standing. Well, see, I was far away, but also recording via what you might call non-standard means. Would you mind explaining what you mean by that? I really dug myself a hole here, huh? See, I might could have rigged me up a little wireless intercept, hoping to do a little scoop detecting. That's so sad. Poor insect. Not an insect, Kay. An intercept. She was listening out for radio signals. It would have allowed her to listen in on any nearby transmission. Me and the chief have been down here at the big building sniffing around the last couple days. Looking into Miss Hart's tips around the underground auction, I assume? Which would mean that you've been listening in on all the radio signals in the area too? Sure have, which is how I wound up hearing the most thunderous, ear-splitting noise you've ever did hear. The pounding of feet, the electricity in the air. This was it, Torosaurus at last. You made up everything except the roaring sound, didn't you? The long and short of it is that you didn't actually see anything, correct? Hey, I don't need to see things. I'm a writer, you hear? Anyhow, I kept listening till down the line comes Yapel's their voice, hollering, "Spit the beat, the band. Eavesdropping coward, why don't you come out and show yourself?" What was that sound? Our apologies for that. I'm sure Kay didn't mean to bowl you over with her little outburst. I assume it was as shocking as it was because you didn't hear it directly. It came through your headphones while you were listening to the signal from the bug, didn't it? What? Are you saying she planted it? Hey, come on now. I ain't into no bugging. Just a little lighthearted intercepting is all. Would you mind if we borrow the tape of what you recorded, Miss Lloyd? Do what you dang well please. Miss Lloyd's tape data jotted down in my organizer. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Saint, Miss Barry. How's the searching going? Did you find him? Not yet. Poor Sean. Sean? Oh, nothing. Just a slip of the tongue. I guess they still don't know about the kidnapping. We did manage to find Eustace, yes. You did? That's great. Thanks so much. Now, maybe they won't arrest me again. Actually, we want to see what she has to say. What is it, Miss Edgeworth? So there was a bug in my Yatagarasu pin this whole time? You know, I think we might be up against a great thief here. You're basing that solely on the fact that they planted a listening device? Sure I am. A great thief has to be able to read what even the tiniest clues are telling her. And look at how they planted it too. None of us noticed, not even me. A great thief. I can't believe it. I must be losing my touch. I'm not sure that's the part I'd be angry about if I were you. We're still no closer to finding Sean. I can't believe this. Where could he be? It's driving me crazy. All we can do for now is keep investigating. Let's take another look around. You're right, let's do it. We got to go over everything again and see if anything can point us where he might be. You're amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. How did you find Prosecutor Winter? With some serious investigative magic, that's how. It was pure luck, actually, but never mind. You didn't even need our help, huh? That's not true! Thanks so much for joining in the search. Where did you look, by the way? Oh, this place is a little way away called Sunshine Coliseum. You know it? Sunshine Coliseum, that's over by the harbor. There were a whole bunch of people there for a big event. We thought it might be worth a look. So, where do you think that firework was, Di? Probably right there. You mean like a festival? Ooh, that sounds fun. Wish I could have gone and checked it out. Oh yeah, it was super fun. There were food stands and fireworks. Indian didn't like the crowds much, but... Hey, don't have to tell them that. Alright, it's decided. When this case is finally over, we're all going to the festival together. Festival at Sunshine Coliseum. There's a festival with food stamps and fireworks at Sunshine Coliseum. Kind of lucky you found Prosecutor's winner so quickly. Lucky? In what way? We have to go practice soon for the show. We wouldn't have been able to help for much longer anyway. I see. Sorry to have kept you from your duties at the circus. Oh no, it's nothing. Don't worry, Bill. We were glad to help. I'll do anything if it helps make sure they don't arrest me again. You really helped me out by finding him. I'm so relieved. Of course. Just because they found him, that doesn't mean they'll find Warden Lagarde guilty. What? You mean they might still throw me back in jail? No. I can't go back. I can't. Come on, Kay. Do you really have to torment the poor boy? Alright, let's go and talk to, You know, my friends went out looking. But you beat us to it. No fair. Her friends? I guess she means the animal. Today's the first public performance of your new show, correct? Yep, it sure is. We practiced so hard for this one. So Mr. Saint will be performing too? Of course. He practiced harder than anybody. Even if he did spend the whole time saying, no. He even went up into the balloon to spread the world from the sky. So you have to come and see him perform, okay? It will mean so much to meet him. Of course. Assuming we can solve this case before then. Did you say that you enlisted the help of the animals in your search? Yep, and if it had been Zaya and Regent, we might have found something. But Simeon, the big scaredy cat, was all, no, and put a stop to that. So boring. If it weren't for Mr. Saint, the whole town would probably be in an uproar right now. Oh, come on, Simeon, why would you do that? Setting the whole circus loose on the city would have been super fun. I'm sorry. To you too, Miss Edgeworth. Sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? I'm the one person who didn't say anything. Okay, the only thing that we have left is this. So we're gonna piece. You're gonna pick two, and Indy's gonna see if you got it right. Although I could probably take a guess and see on two things. This is probably pretty obvious, but go see what Andy says. Mr. Saint, you mentioned fireworks before. Huh? Fireworks? Yes, at the event at the Coliseum. Were they setting them off even during daylight hours? Oh yeah, a bunch went off while we were there. What are you thinking, Miss Edgeworth? Loud bang we heard. What if that was a firework? Huh? Don't think for 1 second you'll get away with this. Oh, don't worry. I'm counting on you at least trying to track me down. That'll be half the fun. Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice particularly highly. For the bang to be clearly audible over the telephone, it must have been pretty loud. Which means fireworks. Which means the Coliseum. So the kidnapper was near there, right? But how near? If the fireworks were that loud, you could probably hear them from pretty far away. Yes, the area we'd need to search would be too broad to even consider doing it ourselves. But the police were to lend a hand. Speaking of the police, Di. Stop, Gummy! Why are you running away from us? Detective Gumshoe. When you gave up your badge, sir, I didn't know what to do with myself. You stay right where you are, Detective. So I thought, if you weren't going to be a prosecutor anymore, maybe I shouldn't be a detective either. I was wrong. Even if you're not around, I'll always be a detective. My job will always be to investigate crimes. And us detectives don't just investigate when prosecutors ask us to. We have to be able to look into stuff ourselves too. Is that what you were doing just now? And back then too. You should thank your former subordinate for what I'm about to share. In his desperation to help Kate Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information. Detective Gumshoe did that? The Rosie Ringer's autopsy report. When I went down to the detective center to see how Kate was doing, when you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth. You make it, little by little. Kate Faraday, murderer. That's the truth. The truth I created. Yes, my boy. That's what I like to see. That voice is going to kill me. Oh man, that voice is going to kill me. That voice is going to kill me. I'm going to say it one more time. That voice is going to kill me. You overheard that? Yeah. So I went back and looked over the evidence. Dug out a little something I thought might help. No way, Gummy. You're the best. I'd be in prison right now if it wasn't for you. And my pleasure, kid. Good to see you got your memory back, by the way. Thanks. So anyways, like I said, I'm investigating stuff for myself these days, and that's that. Wait, Gummy, don't run off again. We get it. You can look into stuff for yourself now, that's great. And it helped me, right when I needed it most. But right now, we need you to work with us. I'm no longer a prosecutor, or indeed anything, but we're investigating a case regardless. I ask you this not as a prosecutor, but as a friend. Detective Gumshoe, will you help us? Oh, stop it, sir. You're killing me, Wright. Killing me here. Despite all the mistakes that he's made, Gumshoe is dedicated. There's no question in that. He's dedicated. Come on, Gummy. Alright, I'll do it. Just stop bowing and being nice to me, okay? It's weird. Gummy! Thank you, Detective. So, what do you need? Can you tell us what you discovered in the course of your investigation, Detective? Yes, sir. Sure I can. All right. So I got 3 big things to tell you. Here goes. Number 1, I've got some results for you from when forensic looked at Kay's clothes. They found traces of what looked to be a powerful sedative. Brand was 3Z. I guess that's what she was drugged with at Gourd Lake before she was taken to the roof of the big building. Sure seems that way. Now for number 2. I got a hold of all the footage from the security camera in front of the big building elevator. The camera that captured President Wang and Judge Gavell that night? The elevator is usually the only way of getting up onto the roof, correct? Therefore, anyone using it should have been caught on camera? That's right. So, winding the tape back to 2 days ago, we should have been able to see Kay being carried up there while she was out cold. And did you spot me, Gummy? I watched it all on fast forward. Everything from 2 days ago till the end. Yes, and? Nothing. No sign of Kay anywhere. Thought it was too good to be true. So he did the kidnap. So how did the kidnapper get her up there? I think we'll need to look into that in a little more detail. And the last item on your list? Yes, sir. This is a big one. The 3rd thing I have to tell you is, it's great to be working with you again. I'll help you catch this perp if it's the last thing I do. And that about wraps it up. I'll put you through a lot, Detective, but that doesn't mean I can start going easy on you. That's the big one, as you put it. Doesn't even have anything to do with the case. I would have preferred something of practical use. No mercy, huh? Guess I shouldn't have expected anything less. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. A boy has been kidnapped. We need your help to find him. You're kidnapped? Yes, his name is Sean Fenn. Oh wait, the kid with the horns? You know him? I saw him earlier today. You mean this morning? Yeah. He got off that bus over there and then he walked off towards the garbage disposal area. Where's that? It's over there. It's where all the offices in the big building put their trash before it gets taken away. Where he went after that, I couldn't tell you. I had to leave right around then. I think we'd better take a closer look at this garbage disposal area. Good old Gummy. He was detectiving hard this time. It seems me giving up my badge caused him more problems than I thought. He probably had a ton on his plate already. But he still found time to worry about me. He's the best! Oh, you're the best too, Mr. Edgeworth. I wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for you. I was really doing my duties. Oh, don't give me that. I know you were worried about me. Anyways, Gummy was looking around here, right? Maybe he found something. He might even know something that could help us find Sean. You're right. Let's see what he has to say. Alright. We don't have anything else that's going to work, do we? These 3 aren't going to work, are they? 3 footprints near the Coliseum and vehicle activity. Are you sure that's correct? That's not right. Okay, so I don't have anything yet. So Sean walked off in this direction, huh? It would seem so, yes. Perhaps we'll find some clues here as to his current whereabouts. I must scour the city and inspect anything that catches my attention. This milk carton. That's the same brand Sean drinks. Something happened to him here. I'm most certain of it. Trash is collected at 11 a.m. Guess that's why the enclosure is empty. There was a ton of stuff here earlier. Big stuff, too. Today must be the day they take the big stuff away. Yeah, sure looks that way. I bet the big squisher machine squished it all up good anyway. Anyhow, they don't do that with the larger items. You just take them away as they are. You do, huh? How do they even know that, sir? Wait, Mr. Fender's pretty keen for you to join him, right? I'll bet he sent you some kind of pamphlet on how to throw your stuff away for when you move office. You're spookily insightful sometimes, Kay, but only sometimes. Based on what we've seen and what Detective Gumshoe told us, I think there's a strong possibility that Sean was abducted from the garbage disposal area. We found Sean's milk carton here. It's highly probable that this is where he was abducted. Yes, it's kind of out of the way of prying eyes, huh? But why would Sean even come here in the first place? I imagine he must have had something to dispose of. But the truck's already come and gone. Guess we'll never know what that something was now. Okay. Die? Pick 2. And we'll see if you're correct. We should be getting close to this part. I know, you're thinking that this is pretty long. Garbage disposal area. Alright, let's figure out if you're correct, Di. Did Andy tell you you're right, Di? Not yet? Did you message him? Did he respond back to you, Di? Nothing yet. What's taking Andy so long to respond back? Spam him if you have to. So, Andy just told me one of these is wrong. So, that's incorrect, Andy. That's incorrect. That's garbage disposal area. So apparently Dai was correct. See? You're correct. Andy was wrong. Only 2 vehicles came through here this morning. The taxi and a blue truck. And Eustace was taken away in the taxi. Right. Well, it seems that Sean was likely abducted from the garbage disposal area. And if the garbage was collected at 11 a.m., oh, I get it. Now we know what kind of truck it was. Indeed. It must have been the garbage truck. But the police officer who told us about it didn't describe it as such. He only mentioned the fact that it was a blue. Some cop he was. How did he even notice it was one of those cool trash squishing machines? Because it wasn't. Today isn't a regular garbage day. It's the day they collect larger items, for which they would have used a specialized garbage truck. Just a regular truck like any other. But it was a garbage truck nonetheless. And where do garbage trucks go? To the dump, right? Wait a second. So you're saying the kidnapper disguised themselves as a trash collector? And then the truck would probably have been fake too, right? So maybe it didn't go to the dump. No, I'm reasonably sure the garbage truck was real. Huh? How do you figure that? Another look at the garbage disposal area should tell us. What tells us the garbage truck must have been real? Well, obviously this.
Take that!
The garbage disposal area is locked. Kept locked. Oh yeah, so only a real garbage collector is a real garbage truck. And a real garbage truck could have opened it. Precisely. The garbage truck can't have been a fake. Perhaps whoever abducted Sean put him in a large cardboard box that they prepared for the job. Now, mix that in amongst all the other oversized items. And the garbage collector would have taken it away. No question asked? Exactly, allowing the kidnapper to wait the truck's arrival at the garbage processing facility. They could then claim to have thrown the box away by mistake and collect it without incident. Alright, so where do they take the garbage after it leaves here? Let's see. Looks like we have 2 possibilities. Well, which of the garbage processing facility was Sean taken to? Garbage facility. Sean was probably taken to one of the 2 garbage processing facilities. But which one? Have we found anything that might serve as a clue? So, Andy gave us the answer for the next one. So this is probably the answer for these 2. So based on the loud bang we heard on the phone call, we know the kidnapper was somewhere in the vicinity of Sunshine Coliseum. And one of the garbage facilities is right by there too. I think it's likely that's where Sean was taken, which means the kidnapper must be holding him somewhere near there. Detective Gumshoe, Yes, sir. Could I ask you and your men to search the area or around the garbage facility? I'd like you to ask, sir. Feels like flat, if I'm being totally honest. Why don't you give me a good old-fashioned order, huh? Like you used to. You don't mind? Even though I'm not a prosecutor anymore? Well, I thought I told you already. A detective investigates for himself, not just for prosecutors. Thank you. Mr. Edgeworth, we're almost out of time. You're right, we need to hurry. I doubt Judge DeVal and the others can hold out much longer. I'm counting on you, Detective Gumshoe. I won't let you down, sir. It won't be an official search. But I'll put my guys onto it. You can count on that. I'm going too, Gummy. I promise I snatched John from the jaws of danger, and that's just what I'm going to do. I'll head back to the courthouse. Who knows? I may be able to drag proceedings out just a little longer. Alright, with me everybody. Even in the depths of night? God, it's already striking 2. There isn't a moment to lose. Yes, sir. But I didn't finish! When no other bird dares to take flight! April 6th, 2:16 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 3. Well, well. If it isn't our old friend, ex-prosecutor Edgeworth. Hello, dear boy. Excelsius winner. The accused will turn and face the prosecution. I'm not done with you yet. I already told you, Francesca, it doesn't make sense. Why would I help her? I feel for her, of course. A woman in her prime, sent to prison. It's enough to make a grown man cry. But to suppress evidence in order to keep her out of a jail cell? No, that's preposterous.
Objection!
But we have a statement from your own son. He says he entrusted the evidence to your care. I'm afraid I don't know what he's talking about. Or why he'd state such a thing. I don't know what's gotten into him lately.
Objection!
What if I could prove that you and Warden Lagarde are much more closer associated than you claim? I'm sorry, proof? I think we've been over this, dear boy. You're an ex-prosecutor, remember? Are you even allowed in this part of the courtroom anymore? Miles Edgeworth, I'm the one prosecuting this case. What are you thinking, barging in like this? I'm sorry, Francesca, but it's important. May I speak on behalf of the prosecution just briefly? What are you doing? Judge Gabel, I come before the court with important new evidence. I ask that you allow me to present it. Have you lost your mind, dear boy? There's no way this can be allowed.
Objection!
Well, the defense hopes you'll let him, G. Just saying. What's the thinking over on the prosecution side there? Friendango? Fine. The prosecution has no objection.
Objection!
Your objections are rather here nor there. There isn't a democracy, it's a courtroom. And this is flagrant contempt. Isn't that right, Verity? No. As long as Sean's still missing, she'll feel that she has no choice but to go along with whatever Winter wants. If only there was some way of telling her he might be found at any moment. Judge Gabel, I would ask only this, that you trust in me and in my assistance. Just this one. Speaking of which, where is Kay Faraday? She's currently searching for the most important piece of evidence of all.
Objection!
Nonsense! There's no more evidence to be found. You're just stalling for time.
Objection!
The most important piece of evidence of all, eh? Hey, gee, I don't know what this evidence is, but maybe we should trust in Miles, little pal. What do you say? I mean, I say little pal, but he's way more than that. He's the one and only great thief Yatagarasu. Seems Fender sense what I'm getting at least. Judge Cavell, the evidence I'm talking about? We're almost certain we know where it is. Kay is only moments away from snatching it from the jaws of danger. Very well. This is highly irregular, but I will allow it. You have my thanks. Have you all gone completely mad? You said you had important new evidence. Evidence of what exactly? Just what I said. That Warden Lagarde and Chairman Winter are far better acquainted than he claims. Allow me to present it to you. What proves the link between Excelsius Winter and Fifi Lagarde? Do you remember, Dai? You remember what it was? I should give you a hint. We found it in the underground auction. Not going to be on page 2. It's going to probably be on here. Not going to be page 1. It's going to be on page 3.
Take that!
This document is a report regarding the interrogation of a certain someone. Oh yeah, who might that be? The late Mr. Bronco Knight. And the interrogation was to be carried out by none other than Warden Lagarde. Wait, is that the interrogation where... Yes, where Knight was killed. This document shows Warden Lagarde planning the interrogation in which Mr. Knight was murdered. This is indeed important evidence.
Objection!
Miles Edgeworth, you referred to this document in question as a report. Would you care to elaborate? To whom was this report addressed? A very good question, Ms. Karma. And the answer is the most important new revelation of all. We recovered this document from a safe in the storeroom on the 51st floor of the big building. That's the storeroom where the lots of the underground auction were kept. It is an auction, if you recall, that was presided over by one Excelsius Winter. And that is to whom the report in question was addressed. Do you still mean to insist that you and Warden Lagarde barely knew each other? I'll refrain from commenting on that matter for the moment, if you don't mind. What? I don't believe it's been conclusively proven that I was the auctioneer yet, has it? Have you forgotten the events of the morning already? I think I proved that fact more than adequately. I'll admit defeat in the particular arena, yes. That was not the courtroom. Can you prove the same thing here, my boy? That I was the ringleader? Did you call it? If you can't, then well, you certainly can't prove that the report was addressed to me. You won't wriggle your way out of this one. So unfair. So unfair, please. I'm not being slippery at all. I'm being entirely reasonable, wouldn't you say? Unlike you when you permitted Mr. Edgeworth this bizarre interlude, that was most unlike you. It saddens me, truly it is, to see you failing in your sacred duty to the law. Almost saddened enough to make me want to take drastic measures. You're right, of course. Until a fact has been adequately proven in the courtroom, it cannot truly be considered as fact. I am afraid I have no choice but to ask that Mr. Edgeworth's theory be stricken from the record. Good. Yes and no for certain that Sean is safe. I'm sorry, my boy, but what counts as truth out in the field and in the courtroom are two different things. And you're more than willing to bend the truth in the courtroom? Is that what you're saying? Oh, you're a scurrilous soul. I'll do no such thing. I'll simply accept the court's verdict as the truth. Should it choose to acquit me, as should you. If we can't find the missing evidence, we're in trouble here. Well, Verdi, I think we've heard about all we need to do, don't you? There's no way that evidence is turning up, ever. A quick not guilty, and we can all go home.
Objection!
Who said that? Dad! Eustace? What are you doing here? Mr. Winter, what is the meaning of this? And where have you been? You can't just abandon your duties like that. I'm sorry, You are unfit to be a prosecutor. You're a complete and utter disgrace. Why, Eustace? Why can't you not get it into your head? This is no place for a competent fool like you. Dad, I brought some vital evidence. So, can I please, take my place in the prosecutor's bench? Pity, please. Well, Eustace. This is certainly a surprise.
Objection!
Oh, Eustace, my boy, what's gotten into you? There's something different about you. What's going on? Dad, Come on, my boy. Put it out. What is it? Did you want Daddy to play catch with you? That's it, isn't it? All right. Why don't you run along, go home, and I'll be with you soon. Get back on the stand right now. What's got into you, child? You're shaking like a leaf.
Objection!
Judge Gavelle, the prosecutor in charge has arrived along with important new evidence. This trial is far from over. Surely you can't call an end to proceeding just yet. No objections from team defense. Only wish we could have our original team captain say that herself, though. The prosecution has no objections. You think this farce is going to continue? There's no chance of that, none at all. Isn't that right, Verdi? He still thinks he was successful in his bid to kidnap Sean. We know different. Sadly, as long as the boy remains missing, nothing changes. Judge Gavelle's hands are still tied. That sound! That's her phone. Cell phone. Mine is also ringing. Whoa, I'm getting a call too. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Fender. We found Sean! We found Sean! You did, detective, you did it. The most important piece of evidence of all, huh? That's some stellar work. You're great, thiefness. Thanks. We just thought you should know right away. See you all soon. Judge Gavel, it's for you. Hello? Yes. Yes. I understand. I'm so glad you're safe. Be sure to thank everybody properly. You'll do that for me, won't you? Alright. Be careful. I'll see you back at home. Hello, MS Guy. The proceedings will continue. I feel a certain freedom returning to my hammer arm. Brr. No! Ow! Is this some idiotic joke? It is no such thing. The witness will return to the stand, and Mr. Winter will step up to the prosecutor's bench. Yes, ma'am. Eustace Winter. Yeah? I leave matters in your hands. Huh? Facing down your own father? That won't be easy. I'll be looking on with interest. Don't disappoint me. Very well. Is prosecution ready to proceed? Mr. Winter, you mentioned some evidence that you wish to present to the court. Yeah, so, the knife and the chisel? Whoa! You tracked down the missing murder majigs? Well, Mr. Winter, did you? About that, No! I couldn't find them! I searched everywhere! Everywhere! But too late! Too late? How so? I remembered something. I saw Dad in the garage this morning. He was carrying something wrapped in newspaper. Where are you going, Dad? Oh, it's just, I was, just on my way to throw out some trash. And then I heard this tingling sound. Tingling, huh? Let me guess. The bell from Mr. Kenneth's chisel? You mean to tell the court that you believe the witness disposes the evidence? I tried. I tried my best, but I was too late. I'm sorry. You said you looked everywhere. Everywhere where? Literally everywhere. I even went to the dump. I got down on my hands and knees and dug through the garbage. I figured that stuff had to be in there somewhere. Wait, that's Eustace? Huh? Hey, what are you doing here? Ah! Rude, he totally ignored me! So that's what he was doing, and he even went so far as to search the dump. But all I found was this! And this is a little pungent for one thing. Yeah, and you're a little on the right side yourself, kiddo. I can smell you from over here. What do you expect? And the knife? It's probably somewhere in among all that trash. There was too much to go through on my own. Very well. Court will accept this item you have presented into evidence. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You really have outdone yourself, Eustace. You never fail to disappoint your boy. You dug through rotten garbage with your bare hands, and that's all you have to show for you? Ha! You drive me to tears, really, you do.
Objection!
Might be a little soon to turn on the waterworks just yet, Dad. Let's take a closer look first. If you wish to waste your time, be my guest. Hey, Eustace, smile. Do this, devastatingly handsome old defense attorney a favor, will you? Hit this guy full in the face with the truth. Seems Fender's on board. Good. Then let's see if we can find an opening. Mr. Winter, could you show me the piece of evidence you found? Sure. Let's open it up, shall we? We can only hope there's something of value inside. Could this be the bell that was on Mr. Canis's chisel? Perhaps there's some trace evidence that can prove that one way or the other. It's no good! Look at it, it's flawless! Well, Mr. Winter? Don't tell! Was there something interesting inside your little scrap of paper? Of course there wasn't. Why would there be? Why was it even accepted into evidence? It's literally a piece of trash. Sorry, gentlemen, but the truth hurts. Were Eustace's efforts for nothing? It's true the bell may not be much of use to us as evidence. Nonetheless. Come on, Edgeworth. We can't give up yet. As calm and collected as ever I see, Miles. Unlike my poor idiot son here. Are we to assume that the prosecution has nothing more to say on the matter? Very well.
Objection!
Not so fast, Cabell. We're not done yet. There's one thing we still haven't looked at properly. Really, my boy? You want us to believe there's more? Desperation is never a good look, you know. I think Eustace isn't quite ready to give up just yet. For once, I think we're both thinking the same thing. Namely, that we might not necessarily be dealing with a useless piece of trash. We can't know for sure without looking more closely. But if I'm right, we're talking about one of these is correct, Di. One of these is correct. I'll give you a hint. The first one, we can scratch that off completely because it right now does not exist. I'm talking about the piece of newspaper that the bell was wrapped in. Seems we really were thinking the same thing. Ah, it's beautiful, really, is it? You're jerking, so some might call it heroic optimism. Some might call it clutching at straws. Whatever one calls it, to put off one's fate in a worthless piece of garbage, that takes belief. Let's take a closer look and see if it's as worthless as you say, shall we? Eustace, if you'd be so kind. Are these finger marks? And look, it's covered in some sort of oil. Judge Gavell, I'd like to have this examined for fingerprints. Could I request that you call on somebody for forensics? Very well. Summon a technician right away. I have the results, sir. It's been confirmed that there are finger marks. Unfortunately, it looks like they were made by someone wearing gloves. No! Unfortunately, these finger marks can be useful. Oh dear, well that doesn't give you very much in the way of evidence, does it? But I suppose it makes sense if you think about it. After all, this was important evidence. And what kind of idiot would handle something like this without gloves on? Oh, that's right. The kind that would flail about desperately like you, my boy. Wow. Way to talk to your son, Super Dad. I'm merely calling a spade, or in this case, an idiot. Real winners know to keep their emotions out of things. And take no pity on the weak and the foolish, including their own ineffective offspring. Dad! You have spent the last, who knows how long, proclaiming yourself to be a prize-winning prosecutor. But thanks to my little pep talk this morning, you finally know exactly how those prizes were won. It was all thanks to me, thanks to that power I wield. You've never stood on your own 2 feet. You've always been coddled. First by me, then by Verity. Dad! Oh, dry your garbage-smelling tears. Garbage-smelling? Not that it's a stench that doesn't suit you, even if it does make me turn up my nose in disgust.
Objection!
No, you're wrong. I am. I am, my boy? What about? Wrong about what? I'm not the one that smells. You are. What did you say? Yeah, you smell. And you don't even realize it. You couldn't hide it even if you wanted to. Edgeworth, take a sniff. Right there where the finger marks are. You want me to smell it? What is that? Oil? Yep, and I know where it came from. Wait, I know it from somewhere too. It smells of engine oil in here. I guess Winter Senior must be something of a motorhead. That odor tells us something. Something important. It tells us exactly who threw this piece of evidence away. But I guess my dad's right. I guess I'll never be a real winner. I'll never be able to keep my emotions out of things. I'll never be able to stand up to him no matter what he's done. Eustace. Be strong, Eustace. Remember what you told me. You said you were going to be different from your father. A different kind of prosecutor. And you are a prosecutor. We both are. That's why we're standing here in this courtroom. And prosecutor's highest responsibility is the truth. To see that it comes to light no matter what. we expose crimes, we see that their perpetrators are punished, no matter who they may be. So if you truly mean to continue on as a prosecutor, you know what you have to do. I made you a promise. I said that if you could summon the courage to find your feet again, I'd help you. This isn't something you should have to do alone. I'm here. I'm right beside you. Thanks, Edgeworth. You're right. Those finger marks tie my dad to this crime. We just need to show everybody how. You know the answer to this one too, Di, don't you?
Take that!
The smell you pointed out to me, Eustace, is the smell of engine oil, isn't it? Motor oil, even. Yep, and we both smell it before in the same place. Yeah, in Chairman Winter's garage. What's more, these finger marks feature some distinctive patterns, don't they? The outlines of the D, E, A, T, H, T, and H. The same letters that appear on the fingers of those gloves.
Objection!
Oh, gloves that can be bought in any store. How does that prove anything, dear boy?
Objection!
Oh, indeed. That's not the only thing that connects your gloves to this piece of newspaper we found. Let's look again at the scrap of paper the bell was wrapped in, and compare it to the gloves we found in Chairman Winter's garage. There's a feature that undeniably connects the two. You saw that, didn't you, Di? No, the dirt wouldn't really be imprinted on the paper. They're actually looking the imprints on the paper. But there's this distinctive look on that paper that you saw that would compare to this glove. Probably should help if we look at the letters. No, the skull wasn't on the paper, but the letters were. What is so significant about the letters? Okay, so it says death. Right. But there's one letter I need you to look at.
Take that!
Look at the letter A on the finger. Half of it is missing, exactly as it is in the print on the newspaper. What? I would also like to draw the court's attention to the dirt the gloves are covered in. I think it might be worth having its composition compared to that of the dirt on the newspaper. A match would make for even stronger evidence that the print was made by Chairman Winter's glove. Officer, have the dirt on the two pieces of evidence compared right away. Grrr, curse you, Edgeworth, and you is this. Why do you think? Who do you think you are? You're nothing but mere prosecutors. Sorry, Dad. I think it's time you admit defeat. You suppressed vital evidence, and we just proved that in a court of law. And you did it to try and protect the defendant. What? Did you think you're going to be able to make that stick? You think they'll send me to prison? Me? You think you'll be the one to finally take me down? You're a fool, child. A fool.
Objection!
Just give it up, Dad. Admit what you did.
Objection!
You think you'll stand a chance with me around? You won't last 5 minutes. You know what? I think I might be okay. All I ever wanted was to become a prosecutor. Make you proud. After your men kidnapped me, I was lying there in the dark all on my own. I got to thinking how powerless I was in all this because of you. Almost gave up. Almost lost sight of the truth. But then, Edgeworth appeared out of nowhere and showed me a way forward. I didn't need your approval anymore. I don't need you. After all, I found that evidence on my own, didn't I? My man kidnapped you? What are you talking about?
Objection!
I guess this court is as good a place as any to tell you the truth, Dad. Be careful what you say to me, boy. You may live to regret it. You're a fool, Eustace. You always will be. I know you've hated me for as long as I can remember. I want you to know that, despite it all, I've always looked up to you as my dad. Thanks for everything, Excelsius. And goodbye. You! When did you? You need me, don't you? The court hereby accepts the vital evidence in this case was suppressed by Chairman Winter. That crime will be treated and an appropriate punishment decided at a future date. But for now, we must turn to the matter of the knife and the chisel, which still have not been found. However, I believe a full search of the garbage facility may well be remedied that. What? You're going to dig through all that trash for the knife, darling? But then... Don't worry, Warden Lagarde. I'm sure your punishment won't be too unpleasant. You devil punish? Moi? Impossible! Excelsius, you blithering buffoon! What did you do? What did you do? Oh, your swaggering blaster about how they'd never declare me guilty, and now this! You were the one I went to after they arrested me because you made me believe I could trust you. And not only did you kidnap a child and try and help me, it didn't even work, idiot. You, act this, useless idiot of a man. In an unsightly outburst, to say the least, but an information one too. Wouldn't you agree, Eustace? Yeah, she really let some juice info slip out, right? She did, right? Yes, she did. We really need to work on your confidence. Very well, and it seems we may be able to bring these proceedings to an end at last.
Not so fast!
What? Huh? Who's that? Sorry, Judge Gravel. Your happy ending will have to wait. Like Z says, the end of the trial is not necessarily the end of the matter. Who are you? Just a lone wolf investigator by the name of Shilong Lang. Do you have some sort of objection to these proceedings, I take it? Ha! Not really. Your suspect over there is guilty for sure. Guiltier than you know. Hey, like the leg from 12 years ago? Yep. Good to see that you're finally about to pay for your crimes. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming to you. Agent Lang, explain yourself. Are you familiar with the SS5 incident? I certainly am. It happened 12 years back. Wait, 12 years? Look, what's happened, okay? This was 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, our family being the ones who kept him safe. He just changed one day. It was like he became a different person. Now he didn't trust the police one bit. Wonder what happened 12 years ago. Could this be connected to Agent Lang's father and his relationship with President somehow? Viva Lagarde and Excelsius winner. In the flesh. I've waited a long time for this. After all, you're the ones who threw my family name into the dirt. Eek! Are we to assume that you have some personal connections to the incident in question? I do. I'm not here to talk about the past, not yet anyhow. Right now I'm here for you, Gavel. Me? You and one other person. John! You're both under arrest on suspicion of having conspired to murder Dijong Wang, president of Zhengfa.
Objection!
Where is your evidence, Agent Lang?
Knuckle back!
All in good time, Mr. Prosecutor. We haven't even started our investigation yet. I want my suspect on the scene with me while I look everything over again. What have you uncovered, Agent Lang? I need to know. If you got a problem, you're more than welcome to tag along. Oh, believe me, I will. The end of the trial is not necessarily the end of the matter. We certainly haven't come anywhere close to solving the mystery of the president's murder, or uncovering the truth behind these so-called monster sightings. Oh, don't worry. I'm counting on you to at least trying to track me down. That'll be half the fun. Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice particularly highly. Or figuring out who that was on the phone. Yes, I'd say the matter is far from over yet. That extended out longer than what we planned it, huh? So, yeah, it's pretty long. Case is going to get deeper. Very deep. So, just as the title says, we're going to be reinvestigating SS5. And we are going to get into the heart of the matter of the case. That trial is over with. We don't have to worry about that trial. Now it's the important case. I don't know when I'm going to get the new battery, so that is a very good question. Okay. So, because of that battery incident, I probably won't do a raid tonight, okay? I don't know what we're doing on Tuesday. I left that day open for Andy. Because I have an opening on Thursday, they're going to be doing Grocery Store Simulator on Thursday. So, and I'm not doing any football on Tuesday because I have a doctor's appointment at noon. And I probably won't be back until about 1 o'clock. And he got his new graphics card. 350 or the 3050 RTX GeForce. I said everything backwards, but I think you know what I mean. This will probably be installed next week. I probably think so. Oh, profile.
End of the week.
Something like that. But yeah, as far as the battery, we'll keep you updated on that one. I don't know if it's going to be next time I do the stream or anything like that, but I will let you know. So, whatever Andy's doing tomorrow, we haven't figured that out yet. Thursday, because I finished Castlevania 3 last week, I don't have a stream this Thursday. However, next week, we go back to The Sims 2 and The Sims 3. Yeah. So, Tara's going to go back and doing streaming. Which means I got to put Curse of Darkness on hold until I get an opening. And I'll figure that out eventually. But Grocery Store Simulator should come back on next Tuesday. Whenever they decide to have it finished. So, Die still Wednesday. Curse of Darkness will still be this Friday. Will be the last Friday. And then Andy will take over the weekend. I'll update everybody, figure out what Andy's going to be doing tomorrow night. There will be football on Wednesday morning, 4 games. We still have 4 games left for week 3 of the preseason. Week 4 of the preseason will start on Saturday, and it's going to be a regular week. I have to do a slight edit. I have to figure out how I'm going to get one game because I had forgotten to record it. But the game is on the live stream, so I have to make a video for it. I did not record the Tigers game. So the Tigers is missing a game. And today I had complications with XSplit. So I have one game that's in 2 parts. So, a lot of technical difficulties. But that's going to be it for me for tonight. Andy will do raids because he can still transport his laptop from one outlet to the next. I can't yet until I get a battery for it. But that's going to be it for me for tonight. You guys all have a wonderful day.